Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cirque des Sauvage. Yay, I did it! And then I don't have a mouse, so I have to come sit down now. Yay! Welcome back to our silliness. As is tradition, we will hand it over to Microorganism playing Wokes to tell us what happened the last time we were all together.
Last time we went and took care of horses. That was the big important thing we did that session. No, we had a stern talk with Eldon about his vampire shenanigans, and then we had a talk with the authorities in Fadiv, and turns out that we already knew that the woman that we found murdered, whose name I cannot remember, that she was part of an organization, one of the replicant guilds, and we got the assignment to go and tell the nearest party, the nearest group from this faction about her death, which was in a ruin south of Fadiv. So we went there, and it turns out that their horses were there, but they were nowhere to be found. So we had to venture into the ruins, fight a couple of things, including a fucking Hydra, and rescue them. And we got them out, and we told them, and we got some loot, and then we went to Atoll to meet up with the rest of the circus, and did a bit of shopping. And now we're in Atoll, where they're all Atolls, I guess. Acolians? I don't know.
Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum.
Yeah, that was what we did last time.
It's actually Acol,
Oh.
which it still works.
So there's still a bunch of acoles.
Yeah.
Got it.
It actually works better.
Even still. So for the second week, this is a little bit of meta. We do not have the ringleader, and I do not want to push forward the story too much. So my recommendation to the players was to have some sort of downtime, and they can do whatever they want, explore Acol, wander about. If you guys are having questions about, say, the Ravnican area, that whole setting, this might be a good time to sort of explore that, or do whatever you think your characters would want to do now that this is the first time. So you're sort of between the Div and the Tassim markets. And while those are technically areas where the Ravnikins have wandered into and sort of taken over, there was a Thadiv before. There was a Tassim markets before. They're not totally new. They were kind of way stations for people who were traveling around. So they predate the Ravnikins coming in. But Acol is just newly built, and it is a very big city. It seems to represent the Ravnican desire to just build cities, being that they are from a world that was entirely just one great, enormous city with cities on top of cities. It's, just layers of city. It seems like to some degree they have come here and it's just an urge that they have to recreate what they supposedly went away from. But be that as it may, you wake up you're back with your group. The ringleader is very busy. He's going to, or they are going to be helping set up the circus. It'll be ready to go in a few days, and you guys have some downtime to do whatever you like. So, what would you like to do?
So I think I am going to spend a decent amount of time just working on the leg first. So just gonna put that out there. Gotta spend time working on leg for the guy who I owe a leg to.
Okay. You looked that up before, so you know how
Yeah,
long that
it's-
takes.
Yeah, it's 4 days and 100 gold, which I already took off my sheet.
Okay.
It'll take me 4 days of work.
All right.
And I think after that,
we have a plan.
we have a plan. So at night, during the day we play hard, or sorry, during the day we work hard. During the night we play hard. So Marble and I are gonna go try to find we're gonna look for taverns.
Yeah.
And we're gonna look specifically. We're gonna try to find a tavern where people regularly play card games.
Okay.
This might take us a day or two, but we're gonna spend our time at first just looking for a tavern where people play card games for money, specifically.
All right, how are you going to find that? Just like wandering about?
we'll start with wandering about until we hit like our first tavern, and then we'll probably try to strike up conversation with people about
Scope
like
things out.
yeah, like hey, where's a where do you have fun around here? Like I'm definitely gonna try to be more of like the noble, like I'm gonna go with my full noble and pretend like I'm an idiot and the whole time be like, I have all this money and I really don't know what to do with it.
All right. So depending on if you're going to be more persuasive or more deceptive.
I don't know. That's both me being an idiot and like that's not wrong. Thanks. Which one am I better at though? I am better at persuasion than deception, so.
Oof.
Oh no, that was terrible.
I'm gonna give you guidance.
You're gonna give me guidance?
Yeah.
That's not gonna do too much of this.
Well,
So I'm at a 10?
I might as well hand out my candy.
Yeah. I
that
got
sounds
14. 14
Okay.
with guidance.
It takes you a couple of days before you meet somebody who kind of takes you aside and says, there's a place. And it is basically, it's an underground establishment. It will take you into the auspices of some places you haven't been and interacting with some people and some guilds that you haven't interacted with before. So they say basically there's a place called the Dark Fates, and it is run by the Golgari Swarm, who are not to be trusted.
Golgari? Oh, good. Gotta go piss off the mob.
Hell yeah.
But if you wanted to go there, what you would do is you would go into this nice little tavern, just a little hole in the wall, doesn't appear much of anything, called, let me see, I wrote it down. Where are you?
Sorry, guys.
It's called the Gracious Fork.
Gracious Fork.
Yep. And if you go to the friendly tavern keeper and ask for Whiskey Roo and use the you have to like say it in a very specific way. So you don't like
There's like a
there's
password
like
for
a
it.
password. So you have to say, I'm looking to find Whiskey Roo
Mhm.
specifically. And they will probably ask you for some money, but they will bring you to this underground place.
Okay.
All right. Are you planning on doing that? And are you going to bring anybody else?
Oh yeah. So we're definitely telling people that we're gonna go piss off the mob more than likely, and Marble and I are tagging along. I'm also going to the day before prepare disguise self, and I'm gonna change my spells around, but disguise self so that I'm still gonna be a noble, but I'm gonna be like a clean shaven noble and have some blonde hair, blue eyes kind of dealio going, so that
Okay.
And I'm gonna use disguise self to make myself look like a relative of his. So
All right. So, because it takes you a couple of days to find this information out, we're going to kind of go back in time and see what some of the other people are doing. How about Temerity?
Oh, Timothy's going to be wandering around the city, trying to find places that, coffee houses, cafes, restaurants,
Yeah, there's a
trying
bunch.
to get a good idea about what people here like to eat and drink.
It's very much all over the place is what you find. It's not hard to find these things. There's some higher brow places, there's some lower brow places, and the sense that you get is it's a place where there's a lot of variety and a lot of different tastes are catered to. You notice some places that appear to be like imagine imagine like a Disneyfied version of a regular place. There are some sort of Disneyfied places of that are meant to copy the local flavor. Like there are places that are supposed to have Telunan specialties. There's places like that are supposed to be Kilian, which is the country to the south. But they're like, you're from having just gone around, know that these aren't particularly authentic. They're very the tourist trap version of these things. And there's also places that are apparently, they serve some things that you've never even heard of, that are from apparently from Ravnica. You also notice that there's a lot of vegetarian cuisine because they have there are at least some groups within Ravnica that like vegetarian food. So that's about what you can get.
In that case, Timothy's going to be very busy coming up with ideas and looking for merchants and places he can easily get hold of fresh produce.
For that, you can roll investigation.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's difficult to find a fresh produce right here. This is when you ask, you get sort of directed around. Some people say, you're better off going to sea markets. if that's the kind of stuff that you want, but it just seems to you as if the people who do this as like a restaurant and cafe business are very protective of their sources and don't want other people interloping on their what appear to be to you a somewhat difficult this isn't a farm area, so there's a bit of a difficulty in supply and supply chains, so it seems like people aren't really forthcoming and don't seem to want to help you out.
Which is quite understandable.
Okay. Let's go with Wolks then.
Okay, I have a question. As we travel further north, is the climate? How is the climate gonna be? Do we know that?
Well, you can roll history.
Alright. Natural 20.
Oh my
Apparently,
goodness.
for some reason, know that.
You for some you've heard stories.
Yeah, I would have
Um,
interacted with orc tribes that have been across the mountains and stuff,
Yeah.
probably.
So so you know that it's kind of the Lazola side of the mountains are the greener, wetter side, right? There's more of a seasons than there certainly is in the desert, which has seasons, but it's not quite the same.
Mhm.
You know that there's a swampy area that is known for getting very hot and very muggy sometimes. But that as you go more and more north, it starts to get a little cooler in general. And the mountains themselves are fairly cool. You know a lot less about the coast.
Okay. Well, I will, in that case, I would like to go and try and find some place to, not like a winter jacket, but like a slightly warmer, like sweater thing than what I'm currently wearing, just so I have that when we hit the mountains.
How are you gonna find that?
I assume there's like a clothing store somewhere.
How are you gonna
I'm gonna-
find out?
I'm gonna have a look around.
All right, roll
Um,
perception.
Okay. 17.
You do eventually find like an area as you're just sort of walking around that has clothing, and there are because of the wide range of body types in Ravnica, there's not so many warmer clothes for cold weather because that's just not where you are here. There wouldn't be that much of a demand. So you may have to find something as you start to go north and see where you can get it. But you can find at least some clothing that appears to be a little better than what you have, a little more coverage anyway, even if it's not like meant for very cold weather. And you can pick something up for 3 or 4 silver.
I'll wait until we get further north then. And then at some point when Marvel and Eldon are like, no, we're gonna go piss off the mob, I'm probably gonna ask to join them just as like security, because I know what happened the last 2 times. Those 2 went off on their own.
Okay. All right. Vianney.
just needed to unmute. Vianney, so we're gonna kind of hang around the central camp until they all kind of. Well, I guess Jess's character is still probably skulking in his tent. But yeah, when they all head out, she is going to go into town and try to do some investigative work
Mhm.
to see if she can find if there are members of the Ezit Guild in this city.
There very much are, and it won't, I'm not going to make you roll.
Oh, okay.
There is there is an area of like it's right on close to the water. It's there. Do you
Mhm.
see? It is a place where some experiments, from kind of just generally that the Izzet League has made what were called blister coils before, and they are a way of generating a lot of energy. They're like a series of water wheels. And they've sort of done a mini version of that here, and they've also made like a little engineering zone for themselves where they often but you can kind of hear the kabooms occasionally and the explosions, and it kind of stands aside from the rest of Acol just because people seem to think that it might not be the safest area to build their own buildings near. So it's kind of got its own little zone around it.
All right. So the zone itself, is it a physical barrier or just like,
Just like all of a sudden there's a place where the buildings drop off and you can kind of see this one big section that doesn't really seem to have anything around it.
Is it
But-
heavily trafficked?
Why don't you roll perception?
I can do that. 19.
Okay. There's some traffic, and for the life of you, it does not appear particularly well guarded.
Mhm.
You see people going back and forth excitedly often. They don't seem to be stopped by any guards or anything like that. You see with a 19, I'm going to say, as you're sort of looking around, you do see some weirds. Does that ring a bell? Let me see if I can explain what a weird is now. These are things the Izzet League is known for making. They are constructs.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of different kinds of constructs that they make. Here to pull them up. All right. So if you look at, I don't know if this is showing up on I can't see.
A little higher. There we go.
Okay. So.
Ooh, they're big, like liquid robots.
Ooh. What page
That's
is that?
cool.
That is page 209, 208, and 209.
Okay.
There's like one on 207. I think that's that. But they're things like that. You
Okay.
wouldn't necessarily have had a lot to do with them, but
But-
they're fairly distinctive to look at. So it's not like you would confuse them with something else.
Oh yeah, I just got to the page.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, they're very obvious what they are.
So you see stuff that looks like those.
And would she know if those are used for security or for like a moving thing? Like what kind of what they use it?
All right.
Them.
Roll.
Yeah, what should I roll?
Roll history.
Okay. Thank you, Jack of all trades. Okay, 18.
Okay. They're used. There are different weirds that seem to be used for different things. They are used as guardians. They are used as laborers in the workshops. They are dangerous, not always easily controlled, and the Is It League is known for things that they aren't well controlled, so
Getting
it
out
kind
of
of
hand.
tracks. But they have different levels of apparent artificial intelligence, so it really depends. So it depends on what they're going to do with it, but yes, they would definitely be things that would serve guard functions as well as labor functions for the Is It.
With her perception score, would she be able to tell how many entrances and exits there were in the building? Like, is it like pretty easy to access? Does it look very well? Like there's one, single entry points to control the flow of who gets in and out.
How close are you getting?
Well, I guess it depends on when does the public like start. Is there a walkway maybe along the water where people would reasonably walk, as opposed to like on the other side near the like where it's obvious you're not meant to be. So
from what you see, it looks like people who are there generally have some reason to be there, whether it could be that you're like, it would not seem out of place for you to bring like cards saying, hey, circus 4 days, or things like that. Like there appear to be people coming in and coming out and bringing items or just like food or whatever is coming in and coming out. So it is not a but there aren't like people just walking around just like having a nice walk necessarily.
they're for a purpose,
Yeah.
like a business location.
Yeah.
And is it easy to tell who the members of the guild are, or is it everyone just dressed very similarly, or do they wear some sort of uniform or distinctive?
Some people it is quite easy to tell. They're the people, who look like they've recently been near an explosion, or
Okay.
who have, various like paraphernalia, goggles, and what have you. Other people, it's harder to tell, but there doesn't seem to be a set uniform, but it does appear to you like, the nerdy engineering scientist has its own look
Yes.
about it. And, if you were to sit around and really you could probably go, okay, this is not that person isn't that, and this person is that.
All right. After scoping that out, I think she would go back to the city. And I thought of two options. One is if the library keeps copies of the various cities' papers, presumably there would be like at least one or two, where she could go through, or if the newspapers themselves kept back issues that she could ask to see for research purposes.
That's easy enough. if you go in, the librarian will be like, "Oh yeah, we have some periodicals, and we'll bring you over. Like, is there anything particular, any time period, anything you're looking for?"
Really just local news in the last, let's see, let's call it 5 years.
Okay. So yeah, you are given sort of the area, and you can go through. It's going to take some, like, depending on what you're looking for. And
So I think it should be pretty quick because what she's going to be looking for is just scanning the front pages for any stories about explosions
Mhm.
or wild weirds or any other kind of destruction, and then to see if it's the guild. And if it is, kind of like note those things, but also look to see if the papers mention any names of upper echelon people or dignitaries or people who are acting on behalf of the guild in town.
right. Roll me an intelligence. I actually grab some.
How did you do on that, Vianney? Strength was your dump stat. Yes, it's not so bad. Right. Well, look at her go.
All right. You find a one particularly interesting article, and I will read it to you. Deadly explosion blamed on Izzet League. Oops is all the scientist in charge of the violent explosion that took out a public space full of civilians had to say. There were no survivors found after the concussive blast which shook the ground. The scientist, Dr. Grivelbaum Skine, was found nearby making furious notes. Upon being questioned, he gave his flippant statement. A representative of the Izzet League has apologized to the city and agreed to cover cleanup and burial costs on behalf of the League.
Vianney's hands start to shake a little bit. She reaches into her like pocket to get out her notes. What was the name of the scientist again? Grivball?
Dr. Grivelbaum Skine, which I will put in.
What is the date? And this is a local paper, right? A local explosion.
I don't have that.
Ooh.
Yes, it was definitely a local explosion.
Okay, so it happened here in town.
Yeah.
And like, was it like 80 years ago? Was it 8 years ago? Was it 4 years ago? Like, I guess I'm only going 5 years back.
Yes, this was I don't know if I have written down exactly the date.
I'm sorry.
But it is let's just say that
Is
it
it
is
after?
when you were in like high school.
Yeah, okay. All right. When she was a teenager. All right. Okay. Right. Let's see. She's then I think just going to spend the rest of time looking for any other mentions in more recent issues of this name rather than any more explosions.
Yes. Roll intelligence again. We'll see.
Oh, I think you got the big one of your night, Vianney. I don't know how you're going to do on this next one.
You never know.
Yeah, she's getting tired. I thought so.
Yeah. You find that it's very hard to focus. You are getting, like you said, you're having sort of the shakes, you're feeling emotional, you feel like you'd better take a break. You find some stuff. It appears that he has been working somewhat on the Pomali Canal.
Okay. Canal.
That's about what you can get. Like, just he is for his engineering skill, well regarded. For his complete lack of concern for public safety, he's not well regarded. I mean, there
Mhm.
seems to be just around him a conversation about that.
I was pretty close with the spelling phonetically. I just
Mm.
posted it in the chat. All right. Yes, and I guess so. With the canal, is there a company or a project associated with that? Is that like
Um,
look to be still ongoing? Sorry, I
The Is
wasn't.
It League is the one that is sort of handling
Okay.
most of the Pamali Canal. And they all right, roll me a history.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to know what you know would know
Yeah, fair
about this
enough.
in general.
13.
All right, so
Middle
you
of the
know
road.
enough to know that the canal was controversial in that it really is kind of destructive to the native flora and fauna of the area.
Yeah.
And they just decided to do it because, it was bugging them to have to travel more than they felt like they had to. Them being certain parties, certain guilds.
Mhm.
But there are guilds also that do care about things like the natural world and are more concerned with that. There are also some people who felt like the Ravnikins should not be messing about with the natural world that they have discovered here. That it's one thing they came in here, this particular area, for whatever bizarre reason, has been nobody has moved in to take over after the ancient civilization that God knows what happened to them. But that just because there isn't a group of people to that they are directly harming, that doesn't mean they should just go in and do whatever they want to the local ecology. But the Is It League kind of settled that by doing it without really, with a sort of attitude of it's easier to say you're sorry than to ask permission.
Mhm.
So when it seemed like it was difficult to get permission, there were some explosions. And, having already disrupted the ecology of the area, there wasn't
Mhm.
much of an argument not to then make a workable canal around it.
Mhm.
The canal is not fully open or operational yet. That is coming, and you're not exactly sure when. I'll say
Mhm.
that 13 is not quite enough to get that information, but it is an upcoming event.
All right. Okay. She's gonna need to do some thinking. I think Vianney would probably go for a run. She's gonna
Okay.
go back to the tents, change in, and just go for a run. Maybe back along the water to back along where the compound is. Scope it out at a different time of day. See if it's got as much. She might run this way every single day there in town, actually.
All right, why don't you roll me one last perception?
Okay.
Doom. uh
Remember to say
at
the audience
night
can't
it's
see the
almost
rolls.
easier to
Oh,
get to
Natural
look.
20.
At night it's almost easier to find out in the evening.
Yeah.
Because it's very brightly lit. There's activity that goes on all night long.
All right.
And so there aren't as many people around who are not related to the Izzet League. There is still plenty of activity. They seem to keep crazy hours, let's put it that way. So you are better able to sort of see there's a multitude of different larger and smaller ports of entry and exit, some which are appear to be just regular doors that you would just go in and just, in and out, and others which seem like maybe they have to have places for larger constructions perhaps going in and out. So there's like almost like these large kind of garage type doors. There are areas as you go around where sort of water, because of the way the water moves through, there's plenty of places that if you wanted to, you could just go through there. They're not doors. They're not meant to be doors. And it's hard to say what would be beyond them. But if you just wanted a back way in, it's clear that there are utility tunnels and places where somebody might have to go and check on a blockage or something. So there's like walkways up there. They're not well populated. They don't have a lot of people hanging around, but you
Yeah.
could get in there.
Okay. She's going to file it away for the moment. I'm going to ask you another question. Does this look entirely like a business area, or does it look like people also live here? In other words, do you have to commute to this job? Do you live above the bomb making factory, or do you live in the city and you work out here?
It's a mix.
Okay.
You see as you go through, there are some people who appear to be scientists who just basically just live there. They just don't ever leave. And they have like little, almost like hollowed out apartments right next to the lab. But anybody, like, there's no children here. There's no just wives or just husbands or just, spouses or extended families, grandparents, whatever. These are the people who live there are single individuals or people who are just like, maybe they're married to each other, but they both work there,
Right.
So there's nowhere where a family or an extended partnership or family would be. So those people clearly have to go somewhere else.
Are the is the housing situation all very much like one class, or is it obvious that some people live a little bit better, some people are more equal than others in doling out properties to live on?
Clearly some are more equal than others. It's the Izzet League cares more about science and scientific advancement than it does about money. But that is not to say that, money doesn't make any
Nice things.
difference.
Yeah.
It's not to say that, or that, power or advancement is not something that they notice, so that they don't have any ranks or any hierarchy here.
Yeah.
You'd probably have to learn more about the Izzet League itself to find out exactly how these things work. But it is clear to you that there are some here who are just given more in terms of, the labs are nicer, their own areas are nicer, their clothes are nice, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There are people at different levels. And they still need research grants. They still need
Yes. Well, also the head of a canal project would not stand for substandard equipment or services or facilities in any way. She's just feeling like she's narrowing, and she doesn't know if he's in town. But if he's in town and he was here, she knows where she thinks he would sleep tonight. All right. Yep. Okay. Continue with their run, and that's Vianney's little mystery.
Okay.
Are you really glad I brought that up?
No,
Okay.
this is a good time to
Mhm.
sort of get involved on these kinds of things. Let's see. The canal, for people who are asking, is not in Acol. So it is south and
I thought it was right in the map.
yeah, it's here and here.
Mhm.
This is the Pamali Canal. It is near Pamali. And
Oh yeah, I
it,
misheard
What a
the
coincidence.
name. I misheard the name. That's
that's
why.
okay. No, I understand. It's fine task. So that is where that is. So it's not here. It is somewhere else. Let's see. Who else? Oh, yes. Hang on, I don't want to. Sorry, somebody did ask me a question. And
I have so many tabs open for this game that when we play and like I have to go roll, I feel like I click about 20 things before I actually get to what I need to.
Oh no. What do you have open?
Yeah,
Why
I
do you
was
have so many
curious.
tabs open?
Yeah,
I got
3.
I got a note document. I've got the critical. I got our rolling left channel up. I've got the Discord. I've got this thing here, the actual game. Then I've got the
all right,
That's good.
I'm
So-
gonna.
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
fair
I got a
enough.
bunch of D&D stuff up. Notes.
All right. Believe I gave that. All right, did that.
Thank you.
Okay. That is brings us to Zill.
Wonderful. Zill, I intend to go into the city. No point of being here. And I'm going to go to local libraries, whatever one I can find. Hopefully, one that has information about not just Ravnica.
There is one really large library in Acol. It's the same one that Vianney went to. And it does have a section of that's sort of set aside for the non-Ravnican information. As you look at it, you feel a little disappointed. You feel like, this is kind of maybe half the stuff you would have seen in your average underground drow library. Like it isn't anything special to you, but like there's stuff here you could, if you're looking for something, you can look.
Wonderful. I wish to look for two things. First thing is I want to find a book or anything, any information I possibly could find on drow deities that are not Loth in particular. The second thing is I want to look up things about deities involving death. And I'm going to look for both of those things.
Okay. Yeah. So roll an intelligence.
Intelligence. All right.
Okay. What you find in the limited information that they have here is that as far as the people in Acol are aware of, the Drow refuse to have any deities other than Loth, and it is considered a great
Heresy.
Yeah, that's the word, to worship anyone else. You see hints, nothing that you didn't already know. Like there's been a couple other gods that have popped in and out, but they're almost always completely snuffed out. Say, I will say, and seven, you don't really get the sense that you're finding what you're looking for exactly. I will look something up. You do see something about a drow patron called Vayraun. Vhaeraun. Also called the Masked Lord, or the Lord of Shadow, who was a drow god of males, who wanted to have to sort of upset the matriarchy that was the drow. And this is a little different because in the Underdark, this sort of information could have gotten you killed. So there was very little. And you have been and what you see as that he's been destroyed. He is dead. He was sort of a lesser deity, so he was in a place that he was a god that could die. And let's see, but yes, he is gone. But for a while, there was this sort of god that was a god that protected male drow.
Interesting. Okay then. Look up death gods now.
Okay. There's so many death gods, just endless.
So many death gods. What
So
about
many
this?
death
What
gods.
about a few specific death gods?
Such as? You got a 7, dude.
I thought maybe there was 2 rolls here, but okay. Sure. If there's a book for it that I could check out while we're here, I'll.
Yeah. Yes, there is. There's almost like an encyclopedia of the gods of the elves and the drow of in non-Ravnica.
Mhm.
So, and there is also just sort of a book about death and death rituals that are local to people from this world, from this plane. So either of those, and that contains a lot of information on death gods. So you could use one, or you could take one or both of those, and given enough time and given, the ability to like literally spend a day just reading through them, you could probably get what you're looking for.
Okay, I'll take the one about death gods. The one about drows, Jill will look at, and after flipping through some of it, go exactly what I've always thought. Then
All right.
Then close it and push it away. I go, I'll take this one though, and if I could check it out. So do I have a membership here? I'm not totally certain how this works.
Well, the person says, well, do you live here?
No, but we will be here for some time.
Who are you associated with?
The circus.
Oh, so, well, if you fill out this paperwork, and she gives you some paper, she says you can bring it, but we will have to alert the authorities if you do not return it before leaving the city.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll just and I'll look at it, and Zill will write.
Eldon's name.
He will write Alton Highwind in the name area, and then he will fill out the rest of it completely incorrectly.
Okay. And are you going to spend like a day?
Yes, I'll spend an entire day reading this book.
Okay. Eventually, I will say that you find what you're looking for. You find a something that looks to you like, well, why don't you roll? You can roll intelligence, you can roll investigation, just to see exactly.
Again, no, those are the same roll. Okay, let's see.
Okay. Yeah, you find what you're looking for. You find somebody who looks just like that statue. And when you sort of find yourself on this page, you hear laughter in your mind.
What's so funny?
Are you trying to find out about me?
Yes. Why, yes, I am.
Well, why didn't you just ask?
Because I don't know if I can trust you to tell me the truth about yourself.
Silly.
I would like to know what mortals think about you. He begins reading this section.
The section that you find is about Shar, the mistress of the night, the goddess of darkness and the caverns of Faerun, as well as a neutral evil, supposedly greater deity. Twin to the goddess Selûne, she presides over caverns, darkness, dungeons, forgetfulness, lost, night, secrets, the Underdark. She has the ability to see anything that lays or happens in the dark. Her symbol is a black disc with a deep purple border. She's the creator of the Shadow Weave, which is the counterpart and the attack upon the Weave, the magic force in the world. So this is kind of the anti-weave or the dark weave.
That explains the magic doing weird things.
She is associated with the plane of shadow and the Shadowfell. She's known as the creator of the Shadowfell.
Let's see.
And you notice though she doesn't have a lot of what you might call positive relationships. One of the few that she was reported to have was that Veyron that you saw before, the drow patron of shadow magic, and they worked together. They weren't like lovers or anything, but they were allies, and it was rumored that after Veyron's death, She made a point of selecting certain drow males in sort of almost in honor of him. She would occasionally just pick out a drow male that she felt for whatever reason was special or unique, or somebody that she just thought maybe that she could work with, or reminded her, who knows what she thought, she's a goddess. But she would pick them out and be kind of just help them out in various ways. But there was always a price, because she is not exactly the world's most generous and freely giving person. And the shadow magic is in and of itself a difficult kind of this ain't no Candyland shit. All right. So this is, there's a darkness to everything that she does and her power.
Well, we could have had this conversation a long time ago.
Oh, but like you said, you would never trust me.
Why would I, when I've asked you my entire life who you were, and you never insisted, you never once answered?
I answered. I answered in
No.
lots of ways.
You answered in lots of ways, except for you didn't answer the question.
I thought you were smart enough to put it all together on your own.
Well, now I have put it all together. Now that I'm not somewhere in which the only god I'm allowed to read out is the one that is a spider.
It's better this way, isn't it?
Is it?
Oh, do you wish me to leave you?
No, actually, no. I would hate it, actually. That would be way worse at this point. But I wish I had known who you were before.
It would only have hurt you to know. You
Mhm.
couldn't tell anyone.
Couldn't tell anyone that I was hearing a voice in the first place. I thought you were a demon this entire time.
Oh. Such a flirt.
I don't have a very good feeling about demons. You were there was a war. Maybe you like demons. Do you like demons? Are you from that plane now?
No, but they have their uses. Just like you.
Yes, I have my uses. Everyone has been saying that my entire life.
Mhm. But I've helped you, haven't I?
Yes, but what use do I have for you right now? I've been above ground for what, a year? What do I need to do? Mostly, I've just been going from place to place with this circus.
I like it.
Do you?
Hmm.
What do you like about the circus?
You meet so many interesting people.
Mostly vagabonds and peasants.
Maybe I like vagabonds and peasants.
That's a very strange group of people to like.
I like you.
Yes, and why wouldn't you? I'm neither a vagabond nor a peasant.
You're a bit of a vagabond. Always have been. In your better moments, anyway.
In my better moment. Fleeing the Underdark is a better moment now.
I always thought so. It's getting awfully boring down there. And nobody could even say my name. And if I told you my name and one of those bitches got a hold of you and dragged it out of you, there'd be hell to pay.
What the? Could you not just simply pick a different male at that point? Is there some reason you chose me?
I just like you.
There's a lot of people who seem to just like me. I'm not certain why.
No, maybe you're just likable.
try so hard not to be.
Maybe that's what I like about you.
Well,
Are you going to come to the Shadowlands soon?
how would I do that? You have I don't know, a way of teleporting there. Why would I do that? What's there?
It's beautiful. It's dark all the time. There's no lights, no
There's no sun.
sun.
That does sound nice. No sun. I hate it up here.
Yeah.
Well, if you have a reason that I need to go to the Shadowlands, and also a means, how would I get there?
You'll find a way, I'm sure.
Oh,
And the
wonderful.
reason is, of course, always the reason with you. Power.
You do know me well.
Mhm.
Probably better than any of these people. Well, you've not. Well, I guess I can't really ask you those kinds of questions. You've never answered them before, but I was just wondering, maybe you've seen my sister around the city. Has she been here? Or is that something that I have to figure out?
You know, I don't like those family of yours, so I don't go looking at them.
Well, they are looking for me. I'm certain at this point. It is a point of pride in Loft to punish non-believers and also those who do things that we're not supposed to do.
I wonder what they're so afraid of.
I wonder too. Well, I read all sorts of books about Drow today, and I found nothing of interest. So I'm not totally certain what she's so threatened by.
Hard to say. She doesn't talk to me.
Really?
I get the sense she doesn't like me.
You've never spoken to her then?
God, no.
Interesting. Someone needs to put on their underwear.
I'm going to mute.
Laughing, but nobody can hear me.
That was perfect in that conversation.
Tried to ignore it, but then that line.
I have my headphones on, so I can't hear it. But when I muted and took them off, like they're yelling at each other about their underwear. Like I'm going, oh my God, could you just tell me when you're gonna do that? I can mute and say, hang on a second.
I tried to. I was like, I'll ignore it, but then that line.
I know. It's
Hang on.
God, that was funny.
The underwear drama 2021.
To have 100 children like Chrissy does.
she's now also the god of underwear.
I've got a note that I've typed here. I'll go ahead and post it now that we've got a little break. I just
All right.
remembered I need something in town.
She's begging them right now to not do that again.
No underwear fights. Not when I'm streaming. Or not fights, argue. Or like debates. Whatever.
Underwear fights.
Yeah. Pillow fights, okay. Underwear debates.
The underwear debates.
All right.
Underwear debate.
Oh. Anyway,
That's all right. I feel very comfortable with the internet knowing all about that. Why not?
and it's just kids.
Yes.
It's just kids.
kids.
Kids,
Yeah.
kids and dads doing kids and
Yeah.
dads thing.
Yeah.
Parenting. It's an adventure.
It's something, that's for sure. Okay. Wherever we were, I have lost it. I don't know.
We were just having a conversation, which I had no way of actually ending. So,
But I guess it's over.
yeah.
All of a sudden, you hear screaming argument outside your
Tent. Distracted.
Shut the curtains.
Yeah.
And she's gone.
Well, that's what I'll do for that day. And then if I've heard about them going to a gambling, then I'm actually sort of interested.
Okay.
And I did write a note because there was something I realized during the middle of the last. She wants to go pick up some detect thought scrolls.
And I got it.
All right. There is a magic shop in town. And what level is the detect?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, you find a place called the Crux,
Oh,
which is
okay.
the magic shop. Yeah.
I always imagine these places smell like incense and then like a lot of herbs and spices, kind of like for some reason.
Have you walked into several witches' shops? Yes.
I'm right about that. It's kind of like a blend between a coffee shop and like a spice shop and an esoteric. Oh, that's a German word. What do you call it in the States?
Like a new age shop.
Yeah, new age. They call it esoteric. Yeah, here. And that's the first word that popped to mind. But yeah, like all of those blended together. With like chimes and wind chimes hanging down. And anyway, about how much is that gonna run? I've got 283 gold pieces burning a hole in my pocket. My little halfling pocket.
All right. Let me look. Scrolls. Da-da-da. How much does
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
scroll cost? What?
What is that? But it's not common, it's probably uncommon. So I was thinking like common is like 50, uncommon is what normally runs 1 or 152, something like that.
You said.
I really wish they would put prices on these damn things. At least suggested. Because you can always go up or down, but having to look it up every time. They should just have a chart. They should just have a table.
It's just driving me crazy. I'm not even finding it in here.
What do you think is fair?
What happened to that table I kept finding? Now I can't find it. Brilliant.
Well, that one's unofficial, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Look at this.
I don't know, it's
graph.
the
Yeah.
middle of
So
big
they
graph.
they'll sell it for you either for 100 gold apiece,
Mhm.
or the woman behind you sort of looks you over and says,
Oh, she's wearing her circus outfit, by the way. Not the best one. It's like an old one.
just sort of gives you a look and says, interesting that you would want these kinds of scrolls.
Oh.
Hmm.
Well, you see, I'm sorry, it's part of a little practical joke. I want to play on one of my friends. It's a double bluff. It's a card game thing. He's been beating me at cards for weeks now, and I really, really want to show him up.
I'll tell you what, I love secrets. Tell me a secret, and I'll give you a discount if it's good enough.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what you know. So, she's going to go back and think about what she could tell. Oh, damn it. You're making me like really do calculations now. What I could tell her. I'm okay. I'll lean in and I'll tell her about the undead magnet that they had in that city that we went through.
Roll persuasion.
Okay. I hope I get higher ones I can reroll. Okay, persuasion. 11.
So I do think I've heard something about that. Yeah, I'll take 10 gold off.
Oh, okay. Each one? So 180 total?
185. Wasn't that good of a secret.
All right, 185.
Let me know if you find out anything more interesting.
Oh, well, what would I get for more interesting? A bigger discount, or do you have like a grab bag of stuff that you have behind the counter?
Either one.
Or how about if I give you a piece of information, you give me a piece of information?
Any particular information you want?
Yes. Anything you might know about a Dr. Skeen that isn't already in the papers?
Come back in 2 days and I'll have something for you. But I'm going to want something very good in return.
All right. I think that with 2 days and talking to my circus friends and listening at the dinner table, I should be able to find something good.
All right.
This place is called, sorry, and if you're not here, who should I ask for?
I'm always here.
Nice. She'll smile at that and leave. The lady at the crux. The shopkeeper of the crux.
All right. So a couple days gone by. Oh, Wolks, why don't you do a animal handling while you're here?
Okay. 16.
You really feel like your hook horror is starting to warm up to you. He's getting just downright friendly. You feel like he probably missed you in those few days you were gone.
Oh, I missed you too.
So he doesn't even try to bite you once. It's
Oh,
amazing.
I will feed him some. I will feed him a treat as like, you didn't bite me. Here's a treat.
He coos at you. That's his. He doesn't have a nice coo. It's a. Yeah, but he apparently means it affectionately. So
I
you
will
take what you can get.
I'm sure lizard folk affectionate noises aren't that nice sounding either, so I'll take it.
All right. So, yeah, a couple days have passed, and if you guys would like to have a conversation about going to the market, or not the market. God. My
The gambling den?
brains. The gambling den.
The dark
Yeah.
face.
Why don't you do that?
Over dinner, presumably, before you're going to go in the evening. I mean, it's kind of skeezy to go during the day. I don't know why it's less skeezy at night, but then it's entertainment. So,
Why would we go there? What purpose does it serve?
I think this is probably to Eldon and Marble, right?
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, no. Yeah, no,
Shenanigans.
we're just gonna go steal from the and then give it to the local orphanage.
And by steal, we mean
You're going to
I'm gonna
give
help
it
him-
to the
help him
local
cheat at
orphanage.
Yes.
I'm gonna help him cheat at games, and then we're gonna go give the winning money to.
Why
you know,
would you
whatever
do that?
local charity is.
Why
Yeah.
would you do that? Why would you do that?
Chaos.
I don't believe
It'll be
that
fun.
either one of
It'll
you
be
are
fun to
capable of
fuck with
doing
the
that.
mob.
You're so chaotic.
Shut the fuck up.
You're the one who said it that way.
Shut up. No,
Like that was 100% your own fault. Like I'm not backing you up on that
you
one.
have no evidence.
I was gonna be like,
Okay, we're muting.
Oh. Well,
it's just the thrill of the game. That's all.
Yeah.
so you're going to cheat. Your plan is to go in there cheating.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
How do you intend to do that?
Okay, so you know how we can telepathically communicate?
Oh,
You're going
also
to tell
we're
each other
going
cards.
disguised as
Yeah, as
high
not-
elf nobles.
Yes.
High elf nobles.
Yes. I'm gonna be like his cousin or something.
I see.
Yep, and we're just gonna take as much we're going to win as much money as we can.
So here's I have a question.
This is why we should.
Disguise spells last 1 hour.
Yeah.
2 questions actually. What are you going to do when the spell runs out?
Go to the bathroom.
Or
You're
we
gonna
can
go to
just
the bathroom
stealthily
and
keep casting it on each other.
That's not how
Self.
you would
That's
have
not how that
to.
works at all.
It's a
Darn.
self spell, and
Like
also
I don't
you
even
would
know.
have-
I don't know how spells work, and I know that's not how spells work.
Good job.
Also, you have to say stuff.
You have to say things out. You have to say a
can
magical
mumble.
incantation. No, you really can't.
Yeah.
And then
but we
everyone
can
around.
go to
Also,
the bathroom.
who's to say they just don't have the ability? Someone there with a true seeing orb of some sort.
Oh, we have no clue.
Ravnica.
We have no clue. This was just kind of.
It, well,
Yeah,
it
we'll
is
find that out when we
Ravnica.
get.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
There is
no,
a
we'll
lot
figure
of
that out.
Yeah.
We have
There's a
everything we can
large
away.
gathering
the
of
dice,
magic
you could
in this
say.
realm.
Yes. Well, we have the magic to get away.
Yeah. Between
Do
the two
you?
of us.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm going to go as well.
I want to watch
Okay.
that.
I want to see
Oh.
this.
They're going to get arrested.
I'm not
I'm
going to
gonna-
interfere. I won't stop your games, but I would like to see it happen.
I'm gonna join you simply to protect you.
See, Wox is joining us.
Oh God.
Isn't that wonderful?
Great.
Okay.
Next
Well,
time
well,
we
she's.
shouldn't
I
tell
know you can be.
I
our
think we all
bodyguard, I
should
guess.
just go and keep an eye on you because eventually you are going to get caught and arrested, and we might have to like sneak you out of there somehow or
Alright,
arrest
Why
you
would we do that?
If you need to do this, I'm going to.
or bail them out.
Yes, I'm going to pull out of my pocket a what looks like it's made no, it's like a little box that's got a button in the middle of it, and then little slits at the top and little slits at the bottom, which kind of looks like a walkie-talkie with a single button on it. And I'm going to give it to Wolks, and I'm going to tell Wolks, press this. You want to send me one message, and I can respond. Or if I need to send you a message, and in case we get in trouble.
I'll take it.
Okay, so that's a sending stone. He has a sending stone. So yes, and then the other so I'm searching out my magic items. So I have a sending stone and a rope of climbing. So no blue. And I'm going to change Wish so that she looks like a really big, like Uma thing. So she doesn't have a humanoid form. She's just going to be a little big cat. And I'm gonna tell
Wonderful.
Wish. Yes, so Wish can hang around with Wilkes. Tag along with me.
Yanni's gonna speak up and say, well, if we're gonna do this, then I think maybe I should try this thing that I've been feeling like I can do.
What do you-
Right,
What
I
would
can
that
establish
be?
telepathic communication between myself and others. What is it?
Hmm.
You're all
1 plus-
very telepathic, you know? that.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm only telepathic with him.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the people who aren't them should be the telepathically connected. So Wilkes, Temerity, Zill, and myself.
Now Temerity's going.
Well, of course Temerity's going. We're all
Why
going.
not?
I don't know.
Gonna
You didn't
get
say
into
anything.
trouble.
You didn't
The
say
last time I
anything.
tell you guys where I'm going.
Exactly. Like we
You
thought
need
we
as
learned
much
our
help as
lesson,
you
but
need.
now
No, I
we're
just-
relearning a lesson.
I just cook the food and everybody drags me into everything. So
All right, well, bring your own money and lose your own money then.
Absolutely, will do.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here to
so-
mostly watch you lose money,
Oh.
though.
Oh, we won't. I take out my deck of cards and I shuffle it up and bring out, make it so that when I spread them out, they're from ace to king for each suit separately. It's like I won't lose.
We'll see about that.
somehow I don't think they'll let you use your own deck.
I can do that with any deck. You have a deck that you want to let me
Uh-huh.
borrow and use?
No.
If you're
I'll tell
gonna
them next
do
time.
this,
What?
I would highly suggest you keep the cheating to a minimum.
Oh, they're going to cheat.
Why? That's
Oh,
not
no.
as much fun.
Yeah, no, we're taking all.
It is also how you get caught.
They're going to die.
That's part of the fun.
Jeez, okay.
All right.
That
Well,
does not sound fun.
Should we finish up our dinner and get going?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I can telepathically connect with 3 people, 1
can
plus my
disguise
proficiency
self.
bonus, so
Alright.
In
that's
an
total
alleyway
3.
nearby.
And I get to roll a d6 for how many hours we stay
No, that's
connected.
4.
What? 1
Three-
plus
three.
Proficiency bonus should
It's
be
free.
3.
a total of 3. Yes.
No, your proficiency bonus is 3, isn't it?
No, it
Yeah.
says 2 here.
Really?
Did I not change? How did I not change this level? Well,
Oh,
anyway,
it's because you're multiclassing, I think.
I am multi-classing. That is why.
Ah,
Yeah, but your proficiency bonus should still go up.
Yeah, it's sitting at 2.
It
Should
should be
I
a 3.
change it?
It should
Okay,
be
I
a
will.
3.
I will then change it by hand. I should have done that with my character mancer. It won't let me change it.
Wow.
So I will figure. Oh, anyway, it's for we know. But it's for everything else too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see. I will check to see if there's a way to give myself a proficiency bonus plus 1.
I feel like it should automatically do it when you put your level in. Like
I
you
know.
should have a level and then
So I had
On your
3 in rogue and 1 in bard, right? So
Yeah,
we're
that's
level
weird.
4.
It normally should do that.
yeah. Even if
done
you
without
multi-class,
that.
like even when I did it with blue, it still let me. Like
Yeah.
your level should still be whatever 5,
Well, I would look into that.
unless you split up
that's,
your level in the level part of the.
Are we
sheet.
level 4 or 5 right now?
5?
5, yeah.
5.
Oh shit! It's because I'm still a bard 1. That's why.
Ah, you forgot
see,
to
there
level.
you Math.
I'll sort that right now. I'll do my character answer as we speak. So anyway, we're good for 6 hours.
Yay! What do we? Yes, good.
Mm-hmm. So you all can talk to me, but you can't talk to each other. So you have to talk to each other through me. If you're Zill, Temerity, or Wolks.
Okay.
Unless you want me to make a connection with Marble too, so that we have a connection between us and Eldon. This is
Fucking
dumb.
game of telephone.
Yeah. This is so dumb.
Biani's getting herself into all sorts of trouble.
All right, off to the gambling den.
I have a feeling this would have gone not better for them if there weren't all of us in there.
Oh, I don't care.
Temerity's going to stand outside and just listen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go inside and play a different game completely. I'm not gonna go by their table. I'm just gonna wait till the police come.
I'm gonna see if there's any dice game because I have a charlatan's dice.
Oh no.
Wolks has a charlatan's dice?
Yes,
Hmm.
that is one of the items I got from in my starting. He got it from eating off of someone he ate on the way at some point before he found the circus.
All right. Well,
Oh my god. Okay, before we go further, did we decide what was happening with the bases of archery?
Have them, don't you?
Yeah, I thought you had
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
Did it?
you had them. Yeah, I'm sure you got.
All right.
them.
Well, if I'm getting them, I'll attack now. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
hang on a second. Mhm. All right. So if you go. So you head to the tavern that you were supposed to head to. And there is someone behind there. And I'm assuming you're just going to go in. All of you are all of you going in together when you get to this tavern?
No, I'm not going in with them.
No, we'll space it out.
Yeah. well,
No, we're gonna go in together since we're our disguises.
Yeah. So the two of us will go in together. I'm gonna leave Wish with Walks. And yeah,
Okay.
we'll use our excuse. Oh, and then like right before we get there, we'll sneak off to an alley to disguise self.
Here's a question. Did we even tell them how to get in?
Yeah, we have to, otherwise they can't get in. As much as I would let them do that, we'll let them in. We'll give them the way to do it.
They are so going to change the password after this.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so we'll give them the password and how to get in. And all. Yeah.
Okay. So it's you and Marble going in first.
Yes.
Okay. Give me one. All right. Having trouble finding. I'm just setting things up here to begin with. This isn't working. Come on.
Walks, do you even know how to play card games?
I would assume I do.
I don't
Like,
know. Do you?
You probably played card games at some point.
Oh, but I always cheat. I just mess with you.
Well,
What
that
if
doesn't
I
mean
taught you a
know
card
the
game
rules.
that was? Oof, I did not. I was not.
Okay, I've probably played card games with other people than you. It's a fairly common thing to do.
It's not all about you, Eldon.
I'm just, making sure.
Elden,
Yeah. Just
teach me
making
to
sure you
play
actually,
cards.
like, no offense, you're just not. You don't seem like the kind of person who socializes often, or ever, or like goes like does this kind of stuff. I just, wanted to make sure you knew what you're getting yourself into. That's all.
That's fair.
All right. So the two of you that are going in first. You go up, you give the magic words, and I'm just going to put everybody over to this place at once, even though I've only really got. You guys have set this up at the last minute, so it's fine. Where are you guys, players? You are brought to a very dark, almost all black casino. If you tell them that whiskey, you ask for whiskey roux and are told they aren't here right now. But if you want a card game, there's one starting up. It costs 50 gold to buy your way in. As you
There you go.
look, you can see that there are 4 individuals already there.
Okay, yeah, I'll gladly pay out my 50 gold. Here you go, my good sword.
You want to bring your tokens
Yes.
over?
Yes.
Oh no, why'd you shut down?
Wolks, are you playing?
I assumed this was just a room.
Yeah, you can hang out in the room.
Yeah, no,
So-
like I'm gonna
Mine.
at some point
Okay.
join them. So
Okay. So I'm just waiting for Eldon.
Yeah, it might take me a bit because my laptop decided to shut down.
Okay.
I'm gonna put
Alright.
myself down here.
Okay, hang on. So. All right. I'm going to see if this works. Let's play a sample game of
Ooh, cards.
5 cards. So I want to deal. Five cards. Select some options. Ah, God.
Yeah, it's showing me where I can. It says click to draw, drag to deal. When I hover over it.
Yeah, you can drag cards to people, to the avatars, little pictures on the bottom.
Turn
they will give it
order
to them.
items. Okay. So I think I'm going to take people out of the turn order that aren't playing right now. Remember your number because I don't want to have to redo all the math. Does everyone remember their number?
No.
Yep.
No.
Yeah,
Give me a second, I'll write them all down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a picture of it and post it into the Discord.
Okay.
Oh, yours is 3. It's 5.
Here, now it's in the Discord. Now everyone should be.
Perfect.
No one has to remember it. We have a place to look.
Thank you.
Yeah. Corrupt.
Yeah,
Oh, I meant to put Eldon in. Okay. Well, I'll just
okay.
put,
that's why you have.
you'll be 4 right now, Eldon.
Okay.
All right. There are 2 elves. There are 2 elves who are introduced themselves as Baryon and Yiva. It's hard for you to tell, but they seem to know each other. There is a large minotaur who calls themselves, well, obviously a large minotaur, all minotaurs being large, who calls themselves Daka.
What?
And a Vidalcan person who calls themselves Travaz. They ask your names.
Uh, I am Alfred Harrison.
And I'm Shavaris Harrison.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Turn order descending. All right. So I'm going to try to deal cards to turn order items. Try to see if that works. Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't think you have any items associated with the names in the turn order, so I don't think that will work.
Okay. I'm having trouble doing this.
Is it just dragging it to their little name tags?
That will work, yes, but that won't give cards to the people who are actually like to the other characters.
Oh, well, why don't we just NPC the other NPCs?
Oh, good lord. I think I did something.
I wasn't planning on playing in this game because I have no cash. So if you want me to NPC it, I can.
Hello.
No, I think you're drawing.
Hang on. All right. All right, I shuffled the deck again. Play cards, deal, remove, recall, shuffle, and hide.
I don't see any cards.
I'm trying
haven't
to
been dealt yet.
deal.
Yeah, they haven't been
And
dealt.
No.
oh, now of course it shows all the cards.
Good boy.
Ah! All right.
Good buddy.
I
R&D,
have
do
a
you know
show
regular
anything
the
deck
about
of
cards.
this?
cards here.
What it did was it gave a card to each of the
Yeah.
people in the turn order, I think.
Yeah, I have a card.
Yeah. Now they all have a card associated with them.
Oh, okay.
All
So
right.
if you give them more cards,
They
will
do
more show up?
indeed.
Just drag it over.
Yeah, but everybody's gonna know. Oh my god. Hide. Oh, that's not what I meant to do at all.
That hit the
This is
All right. I obviously have no idea how to do this. Okay.
Well, then why don't we just play Texas Hold'em instead of 5-card stud? Because those cards would be up anyway, right? Oh no, you wouldn't see them.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Hang on one second.
Hey, Chrissy, would this be maybe a good spot to pause?
Sure.
And we could probably maybe try to figure it out, and
We'll find a
Yeah.
tutorial on YouTube.
yeah.
That sounds
Yeah.
like a great idea.
Okay,
Sorry
so why
for
don't we do
this.
that?
I had no idea
No.
we were doing this. So
It's time for a
I
break
think
anyways,
that's
right?
fine. We'll take a little break here, and we'll pause for a bit, and then come on back in a bit for more to figure out if we get caught cheating the mob from all of their money.
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer. Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
hello everyone and welcome back after that slightly long break, but we have figured out how to play card games. So with that, I'm gonna switch it back over to Chrissy.
Okay, give me 2 seconds to finish my.
Okay, might have
I'm chewing.
wrong time, but that's okay. We did great. We figured out how cards work. We figured out what Texas Hold'em is. It's good. Good stuff. We have a couple people playing NPCs.
I learned what poker is.
Yeah.
We all learned that Pasta does not actually know what any kind of card game is besides Uno and Go,
Hey, I know Go
and
Fish.
Go Fish. So she's an innocent little flower, and we're about to ruin her.
I'm an innocent star child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
In
this is
fairness,
going to be
Uno is a
interesting.
game of, in fairness, Uno is a game of great strategy.
So jokers, I guess, are just perennially wild. And I am going to first deal out 2 cards to everyone, but wolves, because stupid.
Because once
Sorry.
can't count because he's a lizard man.
Give me 2 seconds. All right. Yeah. All right. So should we start with Yiva? And everybody tell who's who and who's playing who?
Yeah, I'm playing, although the turn order went away. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm playing Yiva. And Biani normally, but yes. And anything else you wanted us to say? Sorry.
Oh, why didn't the cards get out? All
I
right.
knew.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So, is Yiva this one?
Sure, why not? I don't know. Or am I otherwise I'm sat on the edge of the tables. Oh, yeah. Cards. I can make a decision pretty quick. I have a pretty some pretty strict rules about what I bet on.
Sorry. I
That's all
really
right.
thought I had that. Deal. All right. Everybody now has
Yeah.
2 cards. Okay. So
All right.
Yiva,
Oh, Marvel's
the,
not playing, is she?
Yeah, give us. Oh yeah, I'm folding. She
okay.
fold.
Tucker
right.
is staying in. Tucker's going to put a gold in.
Okay. Marble, for some reason, didn't get anything.
Oh, there we go. Ah!
Here, I will give you 2.
What do I do now?
All right, so look at your cards.
How do I do that?
Just click on the
Click on the
pink
cards
cards.
Clicking.
Move this.
Click on the cards above your icon.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
There you go.
I'm wee bab. Oh.
So now you got to decide if you're staying and or folding.
Fold my laundry. And my
Okay. Eldon.
We'll stay in. Oh.
All right. And so
That's checking,
Marble and
actually.
Eldon are playing themselves. So now Zill, who is playing Trevaz, the Vidalkin. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I'm folding.
All right, I will I am playing Barian, the elf, up here. And I am going to put in that gold to see the flop. Flop is an ace of spades. Eva, you folded, right?
I did fold.
All right, Daka, to you.
I'll put in a gold.
Eldon, to you.
I'm gonna fold.
All right. So people who folded have to subtract whatever they bet. We're not doing antes and stuff because we figured it would just be too confusing. And Travaz, are you still in? Still?
You folded.
I
You folded.
Okay.
Yeah, if we get rid of your cards when you fold, then it'll be easier for her to tell. So she just
Yeah.
click on
Oh.
them and drag them over with the shift button so nobody else sees them, and then or face up. That's also fine.
All
Yeah.
right. So Barry Ann's not gonna let you get away with that. So Barry is going to put in another gold and call you. And let's see. 6 of clubs. To you, Daka.
One more gold.
All right. I will put in a gold. So that's 3 gold to the 2 of us. All right. And one more. Yep. And Daka.
One more gold.
Yep. Fine. And ooh, Joker's wild. So at least a pair of aces. So anybody has aces is in their hand is happy. Go for it, Daka.
One last gold.
And I will say so now it's like 4 gold all up.
Yeah.
That we've put in.
5.
Oh, 5. Okay. So I'm going to put in Barry Ann is going to put in another 5 gold.
Yeah. I'll match that.
Okay. What do you got?
Pair of aces and a jack.
Okay. Barry Ann has 3 6s. So he's the devil.
Nice.
So that is all right. So that is 10 gold from you, right? All
Mhm.
up. And what
Yes.
did everybody else put into the pot?
Whatever the
A lot of
Didn't-
them
was.
folded.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
think Eldon
Eldon? Yeah.
put in.
Eldon 1
Okay, so
and then folded. So 21 on to whatever you had at the end of that.
all right. Whew, that is harder than I feel like it should be.
True.
All right, so they are recalled and shuffled.
There you go.
Oh, we could keep a running tally in the pot in the chat if people just put their numbers in. If that helps, so we don't have to go back and remember what everyone does. We'd have a record of it.
I'm gonna stay out of this next game.
If you leave the table, you leave the table in this game.
Okay. I am fine with that. I have no clue what's
So-
going on.
You will have basically paid 50 gold to play one hand and bet nothing and then quit.
I know, I'm sorry.
You
Yeah,
gotta
that's
stay.
fine.
All right, next hand.
Okay. So Marble's out.
We just totally like railroaded away from their attempt to cheat. We're gonna actually play cards now.
I'm still waiting to figure out how they're gonna cheat. So
They're not anymore because now Marble's gone.
so it's just Eldon's gonna cheat by himself.
Yeah, he's going to psychically tell himself what his cards are.
Yeah, they are sat right next to each other. They could talk psychically. We would never know. They could swap cards and we would never know.
Incredible.
All right, so Marble leaves. Bye, Marble. She's gonna go hang out. And let's see. I guess I'm gonna deal cards.
Mhm.
To me, Bill, Temerity, Vianney.
I even changed my name.
Yeah. And Eldon. It's pretty much all the same people. Hey.
So I bet first last time. Does that mean someone? I think Temerity
DACA.
bets.
Yeah, Temerity as DACA.
We're putting two in.
To Eldon, 2 gold.
I'll put in my 2 gold.
That is to Zill. I've already. Travaz is your name?
I don't remember. I just wait for you to say my name over and over again until eventually I'll get it. I'll put in 3 gold.
All right.
All right.
I will. Ariaz will put in 3 gold. Eva.
I will also put in 3 gold.
Ooh, everyone's putting in 3 gold.
Ooh. Everybody just
match.
got lucky. Oh yeah. So I'm assuming everybody's matched. I'm not going to deal
Is
with
Eldon
lots of
matching?
raising because we're all dealing with. Eldon, did you match?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Keep track of what you're putting in. Okay.
You're doing so much.
Keep track of what you're
And
putting in, and I'm using the chat box to keep a running total of what's in the pot.
okay.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Yeah. So DACA, the Joker is to you. Joker's wild.
Yep, 5 more.
All right, I will match that. She'll throw in another 5.
It's not to you, but Eldon.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
Aren't y'all
No,
after?
it's
for me.
Eldon.
Oh, I thought it was
You're
DACA
before
and then
me.
me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I had the
you're
turnover
before
in
me,
my
so-
head and then it. Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
We're
I'll
going
put
around the
another 5
table.
in.
Travaz. Zill.
Oh, we're going to. I'm going to match the. I mean, I'm the one who raised it, didn't I?
No, this is the next round.
Oh, the next round.
So
Yes,
just
yes,
put-
yes. Well, I'll put another one. Put 4. I'm in 4 gold now.
It's
On-
5
on
gold.
top of the
Well,
5.
well, then we'll do
stay.
6 gold.
Okay. Marianne's gonna take the loss. He's not gonna keep going with that. Eva.
Yep, I will throw in another. I'll throw in 6.
Say.
3. DACA. Oh wait,
You're folding.
Eldon, did everybody just
I'll fold.
everybody you're gonna fold. Okay. So Eldon folds.
DACA
DACA.
folds.
DACA folds. Travaz. People just folding right and left all of a sudden.
My Travas.
Yes.
I will keep. Can I keep it at 6 or about to raise it?
Yep,
It's the
no,
next
you can-
round.
It's the
You're-
next
you're not
round.
setting
So
it.
So you
you've
can-
reset. We
But you
don't
can
have
also just check. He doesn't
Check
have
then.
to bet.
We will check.
Okay.
Yiva.
I am going to raise 5.
Oh. We're at 11.
Just another 5.
Oh, another 5. Is it just me and you?
Yes, it's just the two of you now.
I'm going to raise 5.
All right, I'll raise 10.
Oh, really? Well, I'll raise 15.
I'll check that. I'll put in 15.
Okay, so you both put in 15.
Wow, I just completely lost track of that one.
Basically, that's
No.
30 more gold.
yeah, basically. Mhm.
Okay,
At the end of all of the raising, yeah, we'd each put in 15.
okay.
So now the river card.
Another 3. Wow. Somebody with 3 in their hands. Lucky bitch.
It's to you, Zil. You get to check or raise.
I'll raise 5.
I'll raise 10.
Oh, I'll raise 20.
I'll see your 20 and I'll call.
All right, last card.
No, that's it.
Oh, never mind.
No,
No, there should be.
we each get 3 cards on the table and our 2 in our hand. So I've got 2 pair. Or
No,
3
there's more because you pick out your best card.
not in Texas Hold'em. There's the flop, the turn, and the river. And the 2 cards we're holding. And I had pocket 4s. So
Okay.
I had a 6 and a 10.
So her rule is she's like, well, I'm not going to tell you her rule, but she does have a rule for how she bets because I figure what her wisdom would be and how she would think to play. So yeah, how much was that in total?
Oh, it's 5 community cards dealt 5 up in 3.
Yeah, I just
Oh,
looked
am I
it
an
up as
idiot?
well.
I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm thinking. Go ahead and deal the other 2 cards because it's just the 2 of us.
Okay.
He's got a
Yeah.
6 and a 10.
So
I've got
there's
2
an ace and
yeah. It
an
could've been-
8.
Okay, so I still win.
He still win.
I'm
And I
sorry, I'm
made
an
that
idiot.
92 gold. I made that 92 gold in the pot.
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry I was an idiot. I'm really sorry. But I spoke with confidence. So,
Hey, we're all
But-
allowed to derp.
but with the 2 of us
Should see
at
me
the
in the
end,
raid earlier.
yeah, plus but it was just going to get ridiculous with betting. So that we just showed our cards at the end and played the handout is fine. Nothing was ruined. I need a
Okay.
calculator now to do the math because I have so much gold.
All right. Hang on a sec.
I'm a riot at the rook table. I promise. You watch my family look at me and go, "Why are you doing it?" This.
All right.
I'm learning a lot about how both you and Sid play.
Fast and loose.
Yep, that's both of us.
They didn't really teach me how to play rook. I just kind of picked it up and I just fuck with them now. If I ever get to play it anymore, it's
So
been
is-
years.
Is the flop 3 cards?
Yeah, I guess so. We
Okay,
just
that's what
screwed
was
it up.
messing it up. Okay. I was like, when
It
did-
has
there's
been
no-
years since I played
Yeah.
this, so I'm so sorry.
we got there in the end.
We're there now.
We
Like I
fell f-
knew something was
Yeah.
How
I
do you
did too.
intend to cheat?
Yeah,
at
I
this?
was-
I'm curious.
I was like, I know there was only 3 times the cards got laid out. So, but yeah, we failed forward. We got there.
I mean, if they were doing sleight of hand, I could probably understand it. Or if they were
Very
dealing.
interested to
but-
know how Eldon intends to cheat at this game.
Yeah, I'm curious too. Let's do another round.
So far, it's so good, right, Eldon?
Is Zil here?
No.
Zill's watching.
he's just a whisper in your mind at this point. Actually, you guys did come in. Did you decide to come and join the
Yeah, but at this point, I think by 3 hands, we probably would have made our way into the viewers area.
Zil,
would.
I don't know. So it's just like a bar and a thing, or what?
There's other places to play. This is the only card game,
Okay.
but you could play like dice. I'm gonna keep going with the cards, and then if people want to play like dice and stuff, and this is D&D, Waltz. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons. You guys did this. Did I say everybody should go and try to play card sharks with a bunch in a gambling den? No, I did not.
No, this was a downtime, and we have, for some reason,
You
ended up
guys
playing
decided
cards.
to do it, and you did it, and now here we are.
Didn't y'all like sit in traffic for 2 sessions in R&D?
We
I
have been
mean,
known to do that.
did you?
So yes,
And-
we have.
And waiting rooms.
Just saying that
Wow.
there are other things that have been probably worse playing cards.
Yes,
Uh,
this is
I
a
don't know,
real
I
card
suspect
game.
R&D is a bit distracted.
All right, Eldon, it is your turn to start the betting. Eldon Devil Charm Aranus.
Everyone
There you
figure
go. I
out
got a
their
kitten
eyes
on
and look
me.
at you.
I have a whole ass kitten on me.
I can take it.
No, I have a whole ass kitten on me. I'm busy. We're going to. I think I'm gonna go take off. I'm gonna fold and take off to go hang out with Marvel and see what other shenanigans we can.
You
get into.
guys have just
Yeah.
spent listen. All right, fine. We'll play this last hand. But you guys just blew more than 100 gold to do nothing.
It was a lot harder to cheat than we thought it was gonna be. We know how to cut our losses before we get in trouble.
Yeah.
All right.
She's going to be outside on sitting in this town square just waiting to hear this story.
All right, Travaz, the NPCs are playing.
This has got to go down. This is like animated D&D stories.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm liking this one. This is how this character talks.
Right. Oh yeah, Eldon folded. So who is it to next?
Travaz.
Oh, okay.
I'm putting 15 on the table.
All right.
No, Barry Ann will match your 15.
Ooh.
Yiva.
She's gonna like look at her cards and like really take her time, and then she's like, "Okay, I'm in for 15."
Daka.
He's just going to drop 15 on the table and wait to see how this plays out.
Okay. Ooh, a 4 of spades. I can't imagine that's anything but wonderful for everyone. All right. Travaz.
I keep it. I'm gonna check right there.
All right. Check.
Check.
Egg.
A 9 of hearts. The card we were all waiting for.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Oh wait, you're supposed to do 3, right?
Oh, that's right. It's 3 now. 9, 10.
And 10.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And another 9.
okay.
So, pair of 9s on the board. Travaz.
I'm gonna put 5 more gold on the table.
I'll match it.
All right. At this point, Yiva's folding. Out.
Daka.
He's going to put the 5 on the table.
Okay. Last card.
I've also decided
Ooh.
what I'm making for that one shot now.
A 7. Go, Travaz.
How about a spike? 100 gold.
I'll match it. All in. 400.
Why the hell not? All in.
We're all in. Yay!
Go out with a bang.
That's what I figure. I have a queen high. And pair of nines.
What do you guys got?
Ooh,
Straight. Jack high.
Wow, nice.
Wow.
that is good. I didn't think anybody had an actual card at the end. All right, Travaz, what you got?
He's got nothing.
I got
got
two
nothing.
6s.
Ooh,
Okay,
nines over
pocket sixes.
sixes. Yeah.
Pocket sixes. I thought you were bluffing the whole way.
No.
Well, pocket
yes.
sixes aren't. Yeah,
Sort
kind
of.
of are a
Sort of.
bluff.
So
Yeah, it
the
is a
Minotaur
sort of-
just walks away with the whole of the gold.
That's okay. I've got hundreds of more gold now.
All right.
I don't even know what it does.
I'm up 47.
Christy, I'm making this Minotaur for our one shot.
Okay.
Oh, that was fun.
All
So
right,
some dice,
everybody.
some dice for Wilkes and
All right. So who's now playing what? You've got your basic games here. Very basic. Things I don't have to look up tutorials on now. So Walks, did you want to play dice?
He doesn't have it. Oh god, he doesn't have his headphones on right now. Let me tell him.
Wow. Up there.
Ill laid plans.
I had fun.
I had
Yeah,
a good
hey.
time.
It was fun, yes.
Now we get to watch Wilkes roll dice.
Yes.
Hello.
Did you want to
Oh,
play
wait, I can't
dice?
hear you.
Did you want to play dice?
No.
Oh my god.
You said you had rigged dice.
All right. Does anybody want to do anything in here?
Well, I could play some more poker, but I can do that offline. I can do that on my own time. 'Cause I had a lot of fun playing with you guys. But we could start a fight in the bar. Probably shouldn't though.
Zill
Zill,
or
if
Temerity?
Zill walks in there and Eldon's not playing cards, he's just going to assume they immediately caught him or that he lost a lot of money immediately and didn't work out how he thought it was. So,
Well, he did lose the money.
Oh yeah, I guess with Vianney being psychically connected, when Eldon leaves a table and she goes and asks him why, she can tell him it's like he flamed out. Sadly.
I just want to see him explain to this temerity who's still outside in a public square just watching the stars.
I think this is good though. This could have gone a lot worse. This could
Yeah.
have ended up with 0. I feel like this was, a life lesson.
Yeah, and then the ringleader comes back and where is everybody?
yeah, everybody's in prison.
Yeah.
It's just ringleader by himself. By himself.
All right. So nobody's good. Elton or Marble, are you gonna do anything else?
We're gonna go hang out with Temerity outside and watch the stars with him.
All right. So So I'm hearing everybody's leaving.
I could teach you all
So
my
there's a
game
lot
Lucky
of confused
13.
patrons
I could teach
and
everyone
a
before
very
you
happy Minotaur.
I did invent a game for my Sunday group, which is called Lucky 13, which
All
is
right.
you roll 3 dice and you bet and you see whoever you have to roll 13. And basically that's it. Is you do it in rounds. We don't actually have to play, but
Which 3 dice? you
6s.
were- Okay.
3 6s.
All right. So roll 3 6s. Ooh,
Damn.
13.
damn. Like everyone would have to put in a gold to play, and then you roll the first thing, you won the pot. Congratulations.
All right. The DM wins. Isn't that just the way?
House always
The
wins.
way it's always meant to be.
Yeah.
Mhm. All right. So you guys, after kind of hanging out and getting nowhere and losing money, you all end up back out looking at the stars.
Yeah. Oh, Vianney bought a bottle of something. Someone came up to the bar, this really happy human looking woman, happy about her winnings because she was told always bet when you have pocket pairs. And she did, and she won 47 extra gold. So she bought her, like, she's buying bottles of wine. So Vianney has like 2 bottles of wine that she brings to the group.
Nice.
That was my NPC channeling some of the profits to us.
While I'm outside watching the stars with Temerity, I am gonna ask him, talk to
me.
Temerity and be like, "Hey, what did I do to you? You're like kind of being an asshole, buddy."
You didn't tell us about Marble that time.
I didn't tell you about Marble that time.
Mhm.
The time she
And
wandered
then
off.
after, yes, and then after chastising her for wandering off alone, you went and wandered off alone yourself.
Oh,
and-
okay.
Told a very powerful vampire everything about us.
Oh, okay. You're gonna hold that grudge for a while?
Nah. Given by how short you were inside, I'm guessing you got totally wrecked.
Oh yeah, no. Had a plan, didn't work out. That's okay. It happens to the best of us. But, you know, just want to make sure that you I do a lot to make sure that you stay safe, and I want to make sure that your disgruntledness isn't going to affect us if we ever, get into a fight or anything.
We're a family, aren't we?
Yeah, I guess families do have fights from time to time. Just want to clear the air, that's all.
One small question.
Yeah.
Why do you put all your food in a lunchbox and eat it elsewhere?
Ah, yeah. We're not that good. We're not that close a family yet, buddy.
I see. So what was your plan for Winnie?
Marvel was gonna. So you know how Marvel and I can talk to each other telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan was for her to just. I would do all the playing, and Marvel would just walk around, tell me what
Hang
other
out.
people's cards were, nonchalantly, and then cyclically tell me what everyone's cards were, so I could use it to my advantage. But turned out the setting
And
wasn't
you-
quite set up for that.
Do you... How many gambling establishments have you been to?
Plenty. It depends on where you are. Depends on how you set up. Some places, some places they let you get a drink and walk around and watch people play. And some places are a lot more
Strict.
secure, strict, and I've never been to this place. I didn't know what I was in for, so we pushed our luck and didn't win. That happens from time to time. But better to not to lose a little, few gold now than to piss off the mob because we failed at cheating.
The mob.
I'm sure none of these people are nice people. None of them look nice. But sometimes you gotta be risky. Sometimes, but you don't have to be stupid about it.
I think it's pretty stupid to just want to go and cheat in the first place. But that's me.
It was for a good cause.
We were gonna donate.
Yeah, we're gonna donate everything. I don't need the money, but plenty of people around here do. None of these rich bastards need it. They got plenty of money. So much money they're willing to just, go into a club and spend who knows how many hundreds of gold. They got plenty. They got plenty to spare.
We do have a fun way of raising some money for a local charity, if that was your goal.
Oh yeah, but
This is more fun.
It's more fun and eat the rich and stuff.
Exactly.
Down with capitalism. Ignore the fact that I'm rich.
And eat the rich, but you wouldn't eat the jack I served. Interesting.
They are, not gonna lie, they're a little tastier. If it makes you feel any better, I'd probably also put them in a lunchbox and eat them in my trailer rather than in front of you.
I guess I can forgive you for that one, if it ever happens.
I'm sure he'll eat with us eventually.
Yes. One day, I guess you can look forward to that being the day that I really call you family.
Oh.
Well, for the moment, I got my reasons.
So,
Are you liking your hammer?
that's pretty good.
All right,
Seems to hit hard enough. Did it stop against that Hydra?
cool. Give me a few more months, and I'll make you a nice little upgrade for it. There's a you see
Well,
that
don't
there's a
rush
blank spot
yourself.
on the back of it. There's gonna be something cool on it, I promise.
Marble, give me a perception roll.
Okie doke. That. There we go.
Not out the same door that you guys came in or out, but your Aunt Mimsy, comes out a side door and sneaks off.
From the same building?
Same building, different area.
Well done.
Yeah.
I think it would be fun to go back to the circus.
Go back to the circus.
Yes.
Okay. Should we
I'll tell you why on the way.
All right. Should we tell someone else before we get yelled at for not telling anybody where we go?
Temerity's right here.
Temerity, we're going back to the circus.
I seen Vianney's with us from what was said earlier.
Yeah, we're all outside now, right?
Oh.
Drinking wine, looking at the stars.
Zill, Rox.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going somewhere else. You'll have fun.
Okay.
Well,
I'm going to a different bar, like just a normal bar, not a gambling den.
You don't want company?
If you wish to come, I will
Yeah.
drink and we will not speak to each other.
Oh, that sounds perfect. I need to ruminate for a while.
Wonderful.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect anything less from Zill.
I
I'll
have
accompany
heard that if
these.
you find a good hole in the wall, it's a good place to brood for a while.
I am not brooding. I'm having a good time. I just simply wish to
Well,
have it
that's
alone.
what I've heard.
I mean, spiders do brood.
Sure, folks.
They sit in a corner in their web.
That's racist. All right. It literally is.
It's the truth.
Vianney, if you're going with Zill, I assume we can keep our little thing going for a little while longer.
Sure.
Right. Okay, so I'll go with
Well, if you're within a
Eldon and
mile of me,
Marble.
if you're within a mile of me, it works.
How big is the city? Like, is it? I'm assuming it's probably more than a mile across, or
Yeah. but you're like in the center right now.
Okay, so like if we just how the circus is on like the outskirts.
People who want to see if they can tell before you leave.
Anyone good at like what survival orientation?
I
that
have a
kind of thing?
+4 in survival.
All right, so you can try to see if it's a mile.
15.
No, well, Timothy rolls as well to get a 12, since he's the one asking the question.
It's her power, so Vianney will see if she
Ooh,
can
wow.
figure it out based on.
Vianney figures as long as you guys go in the same general direction, like if you just stayed where you were and they went back to the circus, you couldn't do it. But if you
Okay.
kind of go in that general direction for a bit, there are bars all along. So
So we can
No,
get closer
I'll-
to the circus.
I
Yeah.
will I will tag along with Syl and Temerity then. Not drink
No,
anything,
it's
but
Fiani and Zil.
oh
It's
sorry.
Fiani and Zil going to the bar.
Yeah, no, I will tag along, and but the moment they go into a bar, I'm not gonna go with them. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
All kinds of secret missions.
okay. So Vianney and Zil, you go, and we'll start with you. You find your way to a little tavern, not as exciting or as busy as the one you were just in. Just sort of like a little hole in the wall, but it's warm inside, and there are people kind of more or less minding their own business, having a few drinks.
As before we go inside, I will look at Temerity and Vianney, I guess, and Wilkes, who is here with us before we walk in. And I will go tonight. I want you to be clear. My name is Alton. Understood?
Okay, Alton.
Wonderful.
Perfect, Walter.
That is wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Now, and then I will cast Disguise Self on myself. And I will become a incredibly dark crimson skinned tiefling with lots of like very ebony scales kind of pocketing all over his skin, a devilish goatee, and long black hair. And I will go, wonderful. Let us go drink.
Handsome. Very handsome.
I thought so too.
Hey.
Is there a table with, well, I'd be looking for 4 chairs because I didn't know Walks would be disappearing. So is there someplace, a corner away from other people that has an empty table? Perception check or just look around?
Yeah, perception check.
For clarity, Timothy was going with Eldon and Marble, not
Oh, okay.
staying in the bar.
Oh, okay, so it's just me and Zoe. So we can have a table for two.
Oh
2
yeah, you
chairs.
find a table. Okay.
I'll get the first round in. I'm getting whiskey. What do you want?
You
I'll
are
have what
in
you're
a
having.
place called the
yeah.
Go ahead.
sorry. Gum. You have a place, you're in a place called the Creaking Hall. There's a female half orc there. I don't know why I put gum in my mouth because I know what I'm doing. I don't know what the hell. Force of habit. All right, sorry. Yeah. So that's basically that.
Okay. So yeah, I'm getting whiskey. What do you want?
Whatever you're having.
All right, good taste. Go up to the half orc at the bar. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. Do you have any whiskeys older than me behind that bar?
I do, but it costs you extra.
It's been that kind of day. It's been, yeah, I'll take it. I'll pay the extra. Oh, can you make it 2, please? And 3 fingers.
Yeah, I get you. I had those days too. She goes back. She pours 3 fingers. She says, "There'll be gold for both of them."
That's fine. How
All
much?
right. 2 gold.
Oh, 2 gold. Yep, yep. She'll slide 5 over. Okay. For your sympathies.
Hey, if you pay me, I'll be so fucking sympathetic. You know what fucking hit you? I'm gonna fucking cry later.
Hopefully this will stop the crying for a little while.
Yeah.
And she'll head over. She'll set hers down in front of Zill without saying anything. She'll pull out her seat, sit down, and then just drop her elbows over put the glass down, drop her elbows over it, and do a 1,000-mile stare at the table.
Wonderful, wonderful. My dear, and look over at the barkeep. Do you happen to know if you've met any drow around here?
Oh,
Drow.
Elton, stop already.
Hold on.
What's a fucking drow?
A dark elf, a black-skinned elf.
Oh, so like an elf, but with dark skin.
Yes, yes, yes. They tend to have purplish or ebony skin, yes. If you were to run into any of them, I produce 10 gold, sit on the table. Let them know that Alton Highwind is searching for them.
Can you roll me a persuasion?
All right. Is my gold given advantage?
I was
Yes,
wondering
with
the same.
advantage. Sorry.
20.
20. I am. All right. I need to ask you a question secretly.
Okay.
And so people can talk.
I just want to say I really appreciated my own performance in the last scene where she, in an exasperated voice, used his alias before he introduced himself. I just want to
Yes.
say that.
No, that was very nice. That was a good detail. It's also fucking lucky that he produced a 10 gold, or that would have been a crit fail.
That would have been a terrible roll. Yeah.
She would
Yeah.
have been like, no, get out of my bar.
Pretty much.
Fuck off.
Oh. She says, I'm a little confused, because you weren't here the other night asking the same thing. So, like, are you asking me if somebody came in the last 2 days?
Sorry, I've been to quite a few bars in the last couple of days. Yes, has anyone came in the last couple of days?
Oh, no, but I'll take the 10 gold for telling you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. He slides the gold to them. Well, he takes the shot, downs it, and then walks out the door without another word.
Rihanna's just going to stay there. She likes this bar.
Yeah. All right. Walks.
So, Volks has gotten slightly tired of eating mostly vegetarian for the last few days, because that's what Temerity has been serving. And he's also, it's been a while since he's been out on a hunt, so he's gonna go see if there's any like street dog or stray cats.
All right. Roll me a perception.
Okay.
No,
6, damn it.
nothing. Could get a couple rats if you really wanted to.
It'll do for now.
Yeah.
And
All right.
then afterward, he's gonna head back to the circus.
All right, you get like a rat. It's a little snack.
Yeah. Meat is meat.
All right. Now we are wandering over to Temerity, Eldon, and Marble. You guys are heading back to your thing.
Ta-da.
What are we doing?
We met the circus.
I know, but you were gonna tell me what we were doing.
Yeah, I know. And then I'm gonna tap the spy's murmur and telepathically tell him what I saw.
Oh. What do you think? What do you think your Aunt Mincy's up to?
No clue. I just thought it would be fun for us to find out.
She seems like a sly one.
I think I get it from. Assumingly.
You're sly?
Can be.
Is Temerity with you?
Yes, but we're talking.
Yeah,
over
we're
talking
So yeah,
telepathically.
and probably
Yeah.
making expressions at each other, and
Just
not
like,
just
excuse
yes,
me.
we're just looking
Yeah.
at each other and having a conversation, and hand motions, but not actually talking.
And he can speculate all he wants.
Us.
Temerity, roll insight.
11.
That's enough considering that they're not really trying to hide and you know what about their secret message thing, whatever. So you know that they're talking secretly directly in front of you.
Yeah. So why do you let this go on for a little while than just leap into the air with a very loud brush of his wings
Okay.
and just circle for a bit?
Temerity came.
Him a buzzard? Is that what you're gonna call
He's
him?
circling above us.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Anyway. We just address it mentally for a
Yeah.
second and then just keep looking.
Get going.
Yeah, she came
So-
out of the same club. Do you think she was robbing them?
No.
She
Probably
could've.
selling them something. Your
Hmm.
aunt makes some weird shit.
She done.
Yes.
Still.
She like sell like snake oil.
Does she?
I bet she went in there and was like, this is some like erectile dysfunction medicine. And it's not, and it's just like
So she was still stealing, but
yes.
at the same time.
More like a scammer. I mean, I guess
Scamming the
it's-
rich.
Yes.
That's great.
I mean that, or do you really think she's like? I mean, I guess you could be talking shit about your own, but
Yeah.
she could legitimately be selling them things.
Why would she be sneaking?
That's true.
She came out the side door. Even sneakier. Is she secretly sleeping with someone?
Maybe. You want? So, is your plan to go there and just confront your aunt? Is that what we're gonna do? Is just like knock on her door
I'm
and
gonna
be like,
sneaky
"Hey,"
about it first.
You're gonna be sneaky about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, so how was your afternoon? What were you up to?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I could have swore I saw someone like you coming out of the side door of this one place.
Okay, that's a plan.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't wait for you to. I can't wait to see the results.
I thought you would be amused.
I am, which is
That's
I'm
why I
gonna
invited
that's
you.
why I'm gonna hang around and watch.
Yeah, that's why I invited you. I
Good.
thought you would be amused. Yeah. Mhm.
And then we're just gonna finish walking to
Yeah.
the circus and find Aunt Mimsy's
Alright.
cart.
She's there. She is very busy. When you get in, she's mixing things, sniffing things. Oh, hello. I'm a little busy right just at the moment.
Do you need some help?
No. It's I've just got a lot of cleaning up to do.
Oh, we love
Oh.
cleaning. I have Wish with me. I'm sure she'd love to help clean
No,
up.
no,
No?
honey. No, honeys. You guys go have some fun.
We already did.
Yeah, we did. We're just
We went to this this
Oh,
poker
what was the
bar.
name
What
of
was
it?
called?
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
A lot of rich people there. Oh
Mhm.
gosh, it's at the tip of my tongue. I really forgot, but I have it written. because I'm smart. The gratuitous spoon? No. The great knife? No. The gracious fork. The gracious fork. That's what it was called.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I think I heard of such a place. It's I'm glad you had a good time, kiddos. I can't. I know what I'm doing, right? I can't have robots. It's very delicate work.
She can sit outside. Don't worry. She's very good at following directions.
I just figured that we would sit here and talk about how someone came out the side door of the place we were just at. It was really weird.
Yeah, well, sometimes that happens. If you really want to make yourself busy, I've got laundry. You could bring the laundry in off of the laundry line.
Yeah, I'll do that. And one thing about this person, it was weird. And she's gonna start describing the person as if she doesn't know them. But no, just like eyeing Aunt Mimsy, like,
You can do an insight check.
I'm gonna give myself guidance.
Remember, that's a spell. That takes.
Huh?
That takes like it's a spell, so it takes like some like components. Things, so.
Mine is candy.
Yeah, but it's gonna be obvious that you're casting a spell. That's all I'm saying. You're going.
Oh, never mind.
It is. It literally is. You would know that you're casting it.
Yeah,
she
never
would know
mind.
that you're doing it. That's all. That's all I was getting at.
Never mind. I rolled good.
Let's see. Where are you, Auntie? Where are you, Auntie? Aunt Mimsy. All right. So she looks back at you and says, "Oh, I think that's me, honey."
Yeah, it was you. I just
You
thought
know,
I'd be
you
more-
could just, if you want to ask me a question, you can just ask me. We're family.
That's true. So why were you sneaking out? Were you stealing things? Did you kill somebody? Ooh, did you sell them snake oil?
No, honey, I was trying to find some new friends. That's all.
Friends. She's gonna like a wink.
I mean, if you need new friends.
Shut up, Eldon.
I don't need sexual partners, little man. That's fine.
Exactly. So shut your mouth.
Little man.
My auntie's too good for you anyway. Are you okay?
That was a good rejection. I
Yeah,
can lie.
yeah.
I feel rejected, but I feel okay about it.
No, we have to work on your memory. That's what it is. And people in this strange country are different than what we're used to, but we have to, well, she sits down. We just have to make friends. And from there, we can leverage into knowledge, and knowledge is power.
Who were you making friends with?
Well, I've been asking around. You know, I've been talking to people. I'm the sort of person, and I don't know if you understand this, you're a very young little cat. And very sweet, very sweet. Yes, but sometimes when you want to know things, the best kinds of people to go to are the ones that aren't very sweet.
I figured. But what do these people know about my memory loss?
Oh, I haven't told anybody about anything about memory loss yet. You don't want to start that up. Not quite. You don't want to open with that. I've just been saying that maybe I know things, and maybe if they know things, we can start trading as long as they're powerful. You see, I have been told that these people, they even have Medusas. Oh, I talked about a monster lady. He's horny now.
You're
I mean, you're probably not wrong,
not wrong.
but that's playing with fire, Auntie.
Oh, honey, I'm an old lady. If I want to play with a little bit of fire on you,
Again,
on
you know
behalf
where-
of
you know
my
where my cabin
beautiful
is.
niece.
You've been rejected. Shut up.
Sweetie, you have to learn how to take a hint.
He doesn't know
Oh, oh. Yeah, no, I'm not very good at that part.
Yeah, and she's gonna like pat your head
Mm.
like I just did.
Honestly, you could use some friends too, but we're not going to get them in the Golgari swarm, are we? What are we going to do? But I think I've made some inroads, and if I keep being generally helpful and smiling pretty, that's what I always say: smile pretty and watch your back. You probably don't remember. I used to say that a lot.
I believe that you do.
Mhm.
But be extra careful. Because you
Oh,
could accidentally come across the people who actually did this to me. And then they could use you as leverage to get me. And that would be counterproductive. Then I would be dead.
sweetie, if you find out that they have me and they're trying to use me as leverage, I need to tell you something right now. I'll be fine. Auntie Mimsy knows how to fuck up a person.
I am both terrified and
I told you she's too good for you.
like
I told you
they
she's too
have
good for you.
Very confusing emotions at the moment.
I told you she's too good for you.
Like I know I should be scared, but also
Is that why you like
Nice.
Monster Woman?
Ilden is a sub
Okay.
confirmed.
Okay, Marvel is going to shove Eldon out now and shut the door. He's being weird enough. You can wait outside.
You do need a better class of friends, little Marble. I understand, though, that the circus is an interesting place. I do like that Vianney girl. She's a sweetie. She's got a good head on her shoulders.
She's my bestie.
Mm.
Aw,
Bestie.
you're my bestie too.
We just hear each other from afar. Yes.
I was connected to you.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we're just,
Although I
just
don't know if you would think
telepathically
that, yeah.
going, oh.
Aw. Okay. So anyway, sorry for the interruption.
Oh, not at all.
It's okay.
I'm glad he's gone, though. Let me
Me
tell you
too.
something. I'll admit that in my youth, I wasn't always very wise. And I got myself in trouble sometimes, looking up the wrong kinds of people. I'd like to know everything. And if that meant spending a few months living with goblins, I was all right with that. But I want better for you, honey. You're a good girl.
Thanks,
I don't have a lot of money and I don't have a lot of powerful people, but you don't have to worry about me ever. I am a horrible, horrible woman who can do terrible things to people if I want to.
Well, it's a little too late for you. I'm already gonna worry anyway.
Oh, come here and give me a hug.
She's gonna go up and purr.
Yeah, they're gonna
make out with
cuddle.
Their aunt.
Says, I said, yeah, you're such a good girl. Don't worry, we'll get your memory back one way or the other. I won't stop until I do.
And who knows? Maybe bits of my memory will come back. I just try to remember really hard. I have had some deja vu.
That's the thing about memory, is it's a hard thing to repress. And you know something? I've never met a Medusa. Have you? Oh, you wouldn't know. Sorry. That was rude. But I think I would like to. They have
fun.
snakes that come out of their heads, you know.
Whoa.
It's cool.
Let's not describe this to Eldon.
No. He's a strange boy, that one.
That's fair. He's fun, but strange.
I think there are things that he's hiding. We should find out what they are and use them as leverage against him.
No, I think it's okay.
If you're sure.
I'm sure. And I'll let you know when I'm not sure.
Okay. I've been working with those eyes you brought me back.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to make very good things out of them.
It's good. 'Cause a lot of eyes.
That was quite a few eyes. A hydra, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. I did have to give up a couple of the hydra eyes to get, to make friends. You gotta, it's like one of those you gotta spend money to make money kinds of things.
In that case, I'll try extra hard. Get eyes and stuff.
Oh, such a treasure, my little girl. You remind me of my sister, your mom. She was just as sweet as you were when she was your age. Loved your father so much. Oh my goodness. I kept telling her, stop it with that guy. She wouldn't listen. But she got some very nice kittens out of it.
Like me.
Like you. Yes.
I just need to get my memory back.
We'll take care of that. Don't you worry.
I'm gonna make sure Mr. Monster Horny Man gets to it.
Karen. I'm not there.
Yeah, you're not there. Shut up.
I do know of a couple of potions that can help with the horny thing. Some of them are a little more permanent than others, so you got to be very careful with that.
The ones that aren't permanent. What would small doses do to someone? Maybe if I could just sneak it into his drink or
You're gonna
something.
Dose him.
Drunk Elden now.
With the anti-GBH.
That solution is just
I said small doses. I said small like a drop.
Jeez Louise.
I'll need some very special ingredients, but I'll be on the lookout. We'll see. We'll get them. It's for his own good, really. That boy doesn't think with the head on top.
He does sometimes.
Yeah. Agree to disagree, honey. You best go after him, though.
Trouble. Without me.
Vampire.
All right, sweetie. I really do have to clean up, but
Yeah.
see you in the morning.
All right. I'll be right
Don't
back.
forget to bring in the laundry when you.
Yes,
come
yes, I will.
back. Okay.
She'll hop out. Update Eldon while she's getting laundry.
Well, it's both more exciting and less exciting than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Like it's good that she's working on the whole memory.
Yeah.
I was really hoping for like robbing them.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Like there's a fight club down there.
Would have been fun.
Yeah.
What if there is?
Yeah. Maybe we can spend the rest of our time looking for a fight club.
Neither of us would be good in a fight club.
I know someone who would be. Looks down at Wish.
I was thinking of Wilkes.
That is true. Do you think he'd go for it?
If we're convincing
Like
enough.
that you're just forgetting about the other fighter in the.
That's
okay. in the
You're not
party.
here.
Because if we enter both of them in,
That's
if we enter both of them
true.
in and bet money,
Yeah. I
we'd
could
have
have
twice as much.
and I could definitely have Wish throw it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, we got some time.
Yeah, we do.
Next scheme.
Yes.
Next scam. Fight club.
Yeah, that's us. We can switch back to someone else.
I know
Okay.
Yanni has a follow up, but I don't know if Temerity or anyone else. I guess Wolks went back to the circus.
He did, yes.
Okay. Temerity, are you still flying around?
I mean, he's dragged after a while. Probably go back to his cart and meditate for a bit.
All right. And so you had a follow-up, Vianney.
Yeah. So yeah, Vianney, after Zill walks out of the bar, she's like, well, I paid a lot of money for this whiskey. So she's gonna drink her whiskey. Then she's gonna order a second one because yeah. And at that point, then she'll walk back to the circus and she will go to Zill's tent to see if Zill is in his tent. A little bit drunk, but not very, just like Mary.
So the second Sill stepped out of that building,
Mm-hmm.
he cast disguise self again, and this time he became a normal, not drow elf, and walked straight back to his tent.
Well, I want to know if because we were sat in a corner where we by a window where she could look up as he was leaving to see that a different being had actually walked out when he changed again, basically.
Roll perception.
Perception.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're right.
This is before she really started drinking, so watch him leave, and then an
yeah.
elf walks out at the same pace that he was after, a little pause, and then suddenly an elf exits and no tiefling. Okay, all right, that was it. So you go back.
Yeah. So what do you do? Sorry.
Oh, right. So yes, probably like an hour and a half later, she knocks on the door of your carriage, cart thingy.
Saphira would have been summoned at some point to stand guard, by the way.
Oh, Saphira came out and says, "Hey, Vianney, how
Hey,
are
Sophia.
you?
Oh, give me a hug. I'm a little bit drunk.
Oh, that sounds like so much fun.
Yeah.
I've been just sitting here.
Why are you sitting here? It's the middle of the night. You should be asleep.
Oh, well, I have to stand guard.
Oh, well, how long have you been out here? I could take the shift. It's fine.
Oh, roll persuasion.
Okay. The right one. 13.
Let's see. What does Saphira do? This is it. Wisdom, I think.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, I want to, but He asked me and he said to be very careful and make sure nobody comes in and to be here all night. I'll
Uh,
knock and see if he's all right.
Yeah, let's just see. Let's just see.
Boss,
Because he does
Boss?
owe me. I'm coming to collect a debt.
boss,
The window thing. What?
Aviani would like to take a shift. Can I go and take a little rest and then she could take a shift as the guard?
She needs the bathroom. Come on, Zill. Give her a break.
Yes, go.
Okay, I'll be back later.
Yanni walks in his cart.
Zil lets you walk in this car and he immediately like. You've now noticed that there's 6 locks on this door.
Can I sit down or is there a
You
trap?
can
on
do
the way?
whatever you want. Sorry. Yes, you can sit down.
So I was kind of offering to buy the first round because I thought you'd be around to
Yes,
buy
here,
the second
and
round.
here. Take this. He
I
just
don't need the money, Zill. But I mean, come on. What did I just see? Right? We walked into a bar.
Yes.
You're looking for a woman drow.
No, I was looking for any drow.
Any
Uh,
drow.
Uh,
You're impersonating somebody who apparently you didn't realize was in town, and your reaction was to bolt.
yes. Oh, so let me give you the shortest answer here.
Okay.
I used to be a business partner with a tiefling. His name was Alton Highwind. Before the events that led to my exile, me and Alton worked very closely together. Well, I believed that Alton was either exiled himself or he was dead. And when I was giving out information that I was Alton Highwind looking for Drow, I had thought to maybe if that information had gotten back to, say, the other Drow looking for me, they would throw their trail off to be looking for Alton instead. What happened to Alton? But then I just so happened, as it may turn out, that I walked into a bar in which Alton was doing the same scheme. And that gives me the impression that he's probably looking for me. Now, I don't know why, but I'm assuming he's going to murder me.
What can I do?
I don't know. I didn't expect this.
Okay, so how things left? He disappeared. Did you guys disappear? Did he end on bad terms? Did
We
you
were
try
in
to
business
kill him?
together. No, we were in business together, and other Drow conspired against me. And he disappeared. I assumed he had been ambushed and killed in the last 2 or 3 days before the events that led to my own exile. So I had assumed that something had befallen him that killed him or something. But now he's here openly. And he doesn't work openly. He's not a man to work openly.
So what does that tell you about what he's doing if he is out in the open now?
He either wishes to, either someone's impersonating him like I was, or he is seeking, he's seeking me out, knowing that I don't have any allies here.
Well, he's wrong about that. But, I mean, just asking about Drow in general, it doesn't necessarily narrow it down to you. He could also be doing checks for the same
Could be.
people.
It could be. But I'm going to err on the side of caution here and think that he's going to murder me. It just makes more sense in the society that I come from, because I think he thinks that I tried to do him in, if that makes sense.
Oh, yes. I keep forgetting the cutthroat nature of Drow culture.
Yes. So I have an assumption. I have to have an assumption based on years of experience of being a cutthroat myself, that such things are going to befall me if he used to find me, because I could not stop them if I wanted to.
Are you already working under an alias?
Oh, no, my name is Zeal. I probably should have came up with one when I found it, but I was dehydrated and almost dead when I was found by the circus. So it just has stuck now. So I am Zil. That is my name. That has always been my name. But besides that, no. I kind of
Well-
hope that a circus would be bizarre enough that I could just fit into.
Yeah, well, that disguise self thing, at least while we're in this city, might not be a bad thing to do. And if you need me to talk to the ringleader about you not being out and open and offering your services during the public shows, I can put in a good word if you don't want to tell him about why.
Right. Right. It may be for the best.
Then we're here to help you.
I appreciate that.
I know it's not something that you trust or are used to. But if you want to think about it this way, you're a very valuable member of the team. We're doing investing in order to benefit ourselves in the long run. But you really are a good contributor.
Thank you.
All right, well, you can buy me that whiskey another time in a different bar in a different city without tieflings looking for you.
Yes. Yes, I assure you I will pay you back that debt.
And it might not be a bad thing if you, depending on who else you want to tell about this, to recreate Elton so that we can recognize him if he does try to use the circus services.
He can do what I can do, but maybe stealthier. So I don't know that that little trick that the disguise self spell that most people in our circus seems to know. He could do that. He could do more than that. So I don't know that would help. I will do it. I'll show people what he looks like.
What if we put out some bait? What if we paid the bartender you gave a contribution to tell him a drow was in town and give him a lead that lets us observe him?
Yes.
I mean, my parents did that once. They told me in a bedtime story, and it seems like the appropriate time for it now.
Let's do that. Yes.
We've got a couple days in town.
That
So-
sounds like a good idea, actually.
All right, well, I need to sleep this off. We'll think about this.
We'll talk about this later.
Yeah, I'll go get Saphira. Make sure she can sleep in tomorrow.
Yes. I wish I knew the lock spell. It wouldn't be, or the arcane lock spell. That would be what I'd be doing right now, but I don't have that. Or alarm. I don't have that either. I should definitely think about getting those spells now.
Well, we're in town. If you need people to get things, we can run
Yes.
an errand for you.
I can run errands too. I have this disguise, and I can do it
Sure.
without having to actually do anything as well. Sorcery tricks and all that.
Get things to keep you safe while we still have access to the supplies. It sounds like a good idea.
Yes, I will look into that tomorrow.
All right. Good talk, Zil.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, with that, she'll wait for him to unbolt like the 57 locks that he's got all the way around the door.
He opens the last one. He goes, "If you see him between now and the next time we see each other,
Mm-hmm.
do not attempt to engage.
But I can watch, right?
You can watch.
Can follow.
I don't think you want to do that.
All right, I'll watch. No following.
Right. Be careful." And he opens the door. Crossbow
She'll
bolt
slip
strikes him in the fucking face.
back. All right, yeah, she'll go out and fall into bed.
Suddenly, fireball.
Did you go and find Saphira?
Oh yeah. Well, she was just gonna like take a break, so presumably she was like either like use the bathroom and then had a cigarette, or
Well, Saphira, you told her to go somewhere. She probably wandered off and forgot everything that's happened in the last hour.
Does she have to roll something to see if
I
she?
don't know.
Do you want me? I can do a perception check. I'll have a look around for her because I am. Yeah, she is concerned about you now. 13. She's not trying to hide, presumably. Unless she fell
She's
asleep.
not around.
She's gone. I'll just knock on the door and say, Zill, just, like, I can't find her. Just, yeah, it's probably
Don't look
fine.
for her then. I've tried. Wherever she goes when she's not outside my cart, I have no idea, but she's very good at hiding.
Do I have to? All right. Well, all right, she'll start searching again. This is silly.
Still roll a d6.
Told you not to. One.
She's nowhere.
All right, I'm going to bed.
She's literally nowhere. She's not to be found on the
Oh,
ground.
is anyone funky? If I'm looking around the circus, does anyone seem out of place? Is anyone not?
Nope.
All right, it seems safe. I'll just go to bed.
All right. You went to bed.
All right. Okay. Next day, right?
Yep. It's the next day.
Breakfast.
There's just a shout of waffles.
Oh, I love breakfast with temerity. And I said, what about breakfast with temerity?
We had the same idea. That is exactly what went through my head as well.
Yeah. Just come in humming this random.
I'll come sit with everyone
Fucking
today.
waffles.
I'm going to sit
Oh.
with everyone in the center of everyone today.
Wonks gives you a very weird look, like that's not what you usually do.
It's a good day to see you, Walks. You lizard.
Are you all right?
Oh yes, more all right than ever before.
Morning, Zill. Morning, Marble. Morning.
Morning.
Sil's acting weird.
Hey, Zill.
Where's
Are you
Yes.
acting weird?
Oh yes, of course I'm acting when I have something to announce.
Oh dear.
Did you get
So-
laid?
No, God. If only.
Wow, Eldon.
I mean, Saphira seems really into you.
Just picturing Temerity walking by with fresh waffles and a chef's cap and just going, wow, Eldon.
Saphira is not my type, Eldon.
She's not a drow.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't say that. Anyway,
Saphira is not here, by the way.
Yeah, where is she?
Where's Saphira?
Oh,
She
so
didn't fall ass first into a dungeon like I did.
Is that your
she?
announcement? Did you fire her?
what? What are you talking about?
Where's she
No.
at? What's your announcement? Where's she at?
Where is she?
She's your pet.
Temerity. Temerity, has Saphir come through the food line yet this morning?
Don't think I've seen her. No, I
Damn, has he seen
don't think
her?
I've seen her.
Nope, nobody's seen her.
She's
Fuck.
missing.
Oh, good, good.
It's not me.
It's
or
already
you.
happening. My whole life is already
Alright.
collapsing in before my eyes.
Let's
Okay,
hear
where
what
was
Zill
she?
has to say, and then I'll run to her
Yeah.
tent.
I have an old associate. We worked together in the Underdark. He is not he is a tiefling, not a drow, as you might expect. And then I cast minor illusion and create an image of Alton Highwind in my hand. I go, this is what he looks like. If you see this tiefling, protect me at all costs.
Okay.
no.
Okay, well, Walks, but that's okay because if the rest of you do, Walks will be obligated to help.
That's true.
All right, Temerity,
No.
can you like pour some syrup in the middle of this waffle? Everyone fold take syrup in the middle, fold it in half, eat it like a sandwich while we go look for her.
Good
No,
plan.
it's-
Where was
Walks
she? Where
just
was she
shoves the waffle.
last night? She's
Wolf
usually
just
with
shoves the
you.
waffle in his face and then just like drinks the syrup and puts it down.
Oh my god.
She's usually with you, isn't she?
Right, now Rox has turned into Tilk.
Every morning, she usually eats before I do.
Yeah, but she's usually hanging around your place, right?
She has a place that she sleeps. She doesn't sleep in my cot.
I
Come
mean,
on,
I
let's go
wouldn't
to
be
our cart.
surprised if she like sleeps outside of your cart, honestly.
I wouldn't know. I don't open the cart at night.
Fine.
So let's go find Saphira. Then
Yep.
we'll
We'll all
go-
get
Yes.
up from the picnic. I pictured as a picnic bench for that we eat at, by the way.
Yeah, no, like
Same.
I'm thinking like long table or something like that.
Yeah, outside.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or like
and
in a little like half cover thing.
awning kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And head over to her tent.
Yeah.
You knock on the tent, and there isn't any answer.
To be fair, knocking on a tent doesn't really make a whole lot of noise.
We should
It's
just go
kind of
in.
Go in.
Walks. This neither the time nor the place for this. We're trying to find
I
something.
didn't think you would make jokes.
Is it? Yeah. Does it?
That's a
What is it?
joke.
Is the place turned
Think
over?
So he left.
No, it's it does not look disturbed at all. It doesn't look like anyone slept here. It just looks I mean, you can roll investigation or perception to see what you can see.
I will help whoever's doing
The
either of those.
investigation. Woo! Look at us go together, Wilkes.
30. Oh my god.
Thirty.
All right.
What a team.
Don't need magic to solve this
Ooh.
one.
All right. So
I see tomorrow.
what you see tomorrow, you see everything. You see that there are hoof prints outside. There are, and her
From a-
little footprints.
From a horse or from some kind of bipedal creature with
From some kind of bipedal creature. She you see her little footprints, right? You see that they walk off together. You see that it doesn't appear like she ever went into her tent last night. You can see that she has like some pictures of some family members. She has some pretty pink and red you know,
the kind of thing you would expect her to have.
knickknacks, the kind of things that you would expect her to have.
Is there
She has a
shrine to Zoe?
diary where she
Oh shit! You muted.
Oh, you're muted.
Tracy, we can't hear you.
Muted yourself.
how they're best friends, and he's just thinks that he's the greatest, and he's really psychic and has great powers, and she hopes to learn from him.
Does she have a shrine?
And
A
no,
Zoe
she doesn't
shrine?
have a shrine, and it
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
appear like a. It doesn't appear like a erotic thing. It's like he's my best friend. I've never had a friend this good. He's so smart. He plays cards and he's good at it, and he's teaching me everything. And I'm gonna be smart as him one day, and blah 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 blah. You know, it's very. There's a lot of like really big bubbly letters, and that's
Okay.
about it.
These-
Are there hearts above the?
Oh yeah,
Jason and I are done with hearts.
everything started with hearts. Just
Yes.
hearts are just random hearts, rainbows,
I
a couple
love
of
it.
unicorns.
Wolks is just fascinated by the hearts, and I'm looking at the hooves.
Mhm.
So, but I like the picture of Wolks staring at this diary. being
Vox is very
fascinated.
confused by the fact that there's so many decorations and unnecessary shit in this book. Like, just write it. Why are you wasting energy and time putting all this extra shit in? But Vox is very confused.
the hooves
Um,
that, yeah. Can we follow those?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can follow
Reliable.
the hooves.
Is there a centaur? Maybe she got lucky last night.
With a centaur. She's
Well,
a gnome.
it's
Well, what else? You don't judge. You don't know how they express their love.
Anatomically.
that's
It might
yeah, no,
be more
that's
like a
There's a-
satire, but
There's a lot of ways of having.
well, how many we should be able to tell if it's you said it was a two-legged, it was bipedal.
Definitely
creature.
bipedal.
Okay, so not a centaur.
Okay, so bipedal then.
Yeah.
What
maybe she
has
got
hoof
lucky.
feet? What has hoof feet?
Well,
satire.
Minotaur.
Minotaurs, satyrs.
Minotaur.
Yes,
Horrible
devil.
creatures from the Underdark. That have
Would a
hooves.
disguise self spell leave
No,
these
no,
marks?
No.
because when you do the disguise stuff, everything else is an illusion. In fact,
Right,
like
so-
everything above you isn't there. If you have a big hat, it's not actually there.
No one in this isn't ringing a bell of anyone on the circus staff
Besides,
to
like,
the DM.
Well, we have one Minotaur.
we do have a Minotaur.
Should we go check there first just to rule it out? Oh, we follow the tracks, see where they go. If they go to the Minotaur's tent,
Yes.
he or she will know.
Eve.
Sil, you know that not all tieflings have hooves,
Mm-hmm.
but some do.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I'm.
Some
Wait.
that you've known do. And they wouldn't necessarily look like they had hooves, but they would leave hoof prints.
So, about that tiefling, Underdark tiefling. Very interesting thing about that. Sometimes they have hooves. It's the demon blood, you know.
He nabbed her last night.
Oh, this is
Nice.
wonderful, wonderful,
Set
wonderful.
her
And
off.
so much for wonderful schemes to follow him around.
Fuck.
Well,
I
he has
Follow
her.
the tracks. We are following him.
yeah.
Well,
let's-
let's follow
yeah.
him. Let's go. Let's
All right.
directly into his trap.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
some of us
swing
can hang
by
back with bows.
I know. We gotta. Let's get our stuff to. I'm in my pajamas. You gotta like.
Why don't you get dressed before? Okay. All right. Okay.
Do you?
He doesn't
do you
eat
wear
until
your
he's gone
armor
back to his cart.
breakfast? Like,
Look, we'll stay here. We'll start to follow the tracks. As long as we stay on circus property, right? You'll be able to find us.
Right.
Come.
You guys plan out your thing. I just have to take a quick bio break.
Okay.
And I'll be
Okay.
right back.
do you all wear like your armor to bed?
I don't have
No,
armor.
No, Eldon.
I
don't
I
have armor.
Let's go
I
to
have.
change.
Temerity
have
just
armor. You have
indicates
armor,
to his
don't
chest
Yeah.
at this point.
You
I don't
sleep
think
in it?
anyone wears
Why
armor.
would I wear anything to bed?
That's true.
I mani-
you don't need to. Walks doesn't need to. I'm confused about.
I don't
about
I
remember.
manifest. I
Do you
manifest.
just like get up in the
daggers.
morning? You're like first thing in the morning, gonna put on armor,
I
get
gotta go to
breakfast.
bed too. I'll be back.
That's how you do it.
All right. We're having this. All right. Everyone who
You
needs
never
to change,
know.
go change.
You don't
Oh
know
yeah,
me.
no, but we're having this discussion because we gotta yell at each
I
other.
will.
Like,
I'll go.
You
get
don't know
my-
Eldon.
me.
honestly, like I'm sure that Marble and Eldon have wandered off for him to go get his stuff while they're yelling at each other about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no. That seems entirely within character.
So it's just Temerity just there with Fiani.
Yeah,
Well, no, Vianney's
Wolf's-
gonna go
Wolf-
grab a
Wolf
rapier.
will
If
go-
he's gonna and her crossbow. If he's gonna go get his stuff because you never know.
Yeah,
Because you will carry
Wolf's
that
just gonna
around,
go
you know,
get
like,
his like
Oh my
his
gosh, just
weapons,
go
even
get
though
your
he's
armor.
probably not gonna use them.
Why are you
He's
okay?
gonna go
could
get
f-
his stuff.
I could fight someone right now, but I wouldn't be
You're just-
optimally equipped.
Be ready by now.
I was at breakfast eating waffles.
You eat alone.
By the way,
Actually fair.
so
To be
so
fair, I
light
haven't
and
actually had
fluffy.
breakfast yet.
Exactly.
And since we're sitting here waiting, I might as well sit and eat my breakfast.
Yeah.
So,
So
I'm
eat
gonna
your breakfast and go get dressed.
okay, I'm gonna go in my
Gosh.
booth, eat my breakfast.
Pretty sure
Very
you
light
just,
and
like,
fluffy waffles, by the
left
way.
your
Thank you,
tent
Temerity.
And then just saw us walking
Ah,
around.
you're welcome.
Was like, what are they up to?
I go to breakfast with everyone else. I just don't eat it.
Maybe you should start eating it.
I'm
So,
not-
so I have a question for Eldon.
Yeah.
I have a question for Eldon. So when it's waffles with syrup, do you just take the waffles and eat them dry, or maybe put some butter on them and
Oh
eat
no,
them
I got a
cold
little
later?
like separate containers, like little containers that I can put like condiments
Are they
into.
Just eat
okay?
with
So
us.
what are they, like wood with little screw tops
Oh
or little
no,
like?
everything's metal because I'm a blacksmith, not a
So
wood
you're gonna
carver. So I have like
There's
a
a
metal
little-
like box with
Yeah.
It's a
that I put the
fucking
waffles in, and like little
can.
tins that I put the
A little bit of
syrup in, and I
butter.
close that up, and the butter, and close that
Yeah,
up, and
yeah.
put it all away.
He's gotta be fancy.
Now I have a question. Do you have like a separate sort of like cigar shaped thing for bacon?
No, but that's a
A
really
bacon
good
box?
idea.
Oh dear.
I should make a bacon box.
I think you can never have enough bacon.
Yeah, no, you're
Yeah.
right. As we're talking about this, I'm going to take out my notebook and write bacon box.
And I guess the nice
And
thing about the
start sketching
metal.
out a
Eat your
bacon
breakfast and go
box.
get dressed.
There's
Is-
such
The
a really good
bacon.
idea.
So the
The
nice thing about the
bacon-
metal. Oh, no, I want to pitch this idea to Eldon too. Is you can take the little metal boxes and you have your morning coffee while they heat up like on the grill.
Hmm.
So
You know,
that way
I
it doesn't
do
get
know-
cold as fast.
I do know how to heat up metal on its own.
Oh well, there you go. You can
I
just
could
warm
just
it up
heat the
before.
metal and then cook my bacon in the little. This is brilliant. And I'm gonna
I'm
write
back.
down bacon
All right, I'm
box.
sorry.
Heat it up. We had a,
They're
we had a- we had a
discussing
little time
a
to do it.
Bacon box.
Bacon
It's
box.
the
Came back to
Bacon-tron.
bacon box.
Now go
So
get
I
dressed.
interrupted Micro. had something to say about bacon.
No, I was just gonna make the Baconatron joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we invented bacon boxes
Wow.
Yes.
Incredible.
while you were gone.
Baconatron.
See, you guys are not from America, but I got to tell you something because it really bothered me. Dunkin' Donuts
Yeah.
has bacon in a bag now.
What?
It's just a bacon
They
in a
put it
bag.
What? Like you
like
just,
fries?
that's
American
your meal?
right there, baby.
like
Yeah,
French
that
fries?
is pretty American.
Yeah, it was supposed to, I forget what it's called, like bacon bites or something. And I was curious. So I just like, all right, I'll
Bacon
order.
bites?
I'll bite. I'll bite.
Yeah, I'll bite.
Yeah.
Like, what's a bacon bites? It's just a bag with a bunch of bacon in it.
That's
Like
incredible.
a plastic bag?
I would
or
never
a
buy
paper
that.
bag.
But that's incredible.
I'm picturing like a French fry.
I was horrified.
French
I
fry
was like,
bag.
I can't even eat this because I have some self-respect left. And I can't just eat a bag of bacon. This is I did eat
How
it.
much
but
bacon was it?
I've never gotten it again. It's not like a lot. It's like probably 3 or 4 pieces of
See,
bacon that
I-
are sort of cut up into
That's
thirds
so
and stuffed
weird.
into a bag. It's
I
so
don't have that-
weird.
I don't have that pride. I would totally eat that shit.
Yeah, no, same.
I did
I'd
eat
order
it,
too.
but I didn't order anymore. Like I don't, it's so weird. It's just too weird. I couldn't deal with it. I was like, America needs help. America needs so much help.
Yeah, you guys you need an intervention. We really need an intervention. The world needs to sit
Yeah,
us down
yeah,
in a room.
no. Having,
And they need to
having
stop being
visited, you do.
codependent.
We
All right.
really do. But that's
So
we're
now
in
we're all
fantasy world.
yeah,
We'll-
we're
and
in
we'll
our
also need-
armor.
We also have
Other
someone
weapons.
else who needs help.
Yes, Saphira.
Yeah, so get dressed.
I got
All right.
rest. I
So
wrote
who
everything down.
is
Okay,
either an investigation or a survival or
I've got a 9 on investigation. How about
I
you?
have a 4 on survival.
I'll give you guidance.
I'll assist you.
You get candy. You get candy.
Everybody get some candy.
Oh, do I get to add my guidance to that too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oof.
Boom.
31.
Baby.
all right.
By
So
the way, Vianney feels like shit right now. She feels personally responsible because she was the one who basically manipulated Saphira into leaving her post. So she's no one else knows that, but she does feel like shit.
I thought you were gonna say because she's hungover.
Oh, she knows to drink a lot of water. She keeps hydrated. She's got some water with her today. But anyway.
you find your way
He's-
to the edge of the circus. There's a little dolly, and the dolly it looks a little like Saphira, and it's holding an envelope with Zill's name on it.
Vianney will pick it up and hand it to Zill.
Well, He did this once already. I reckon he used that though. And I opened the letter.
It says, "You pretended to be me, so I pretended to be you."
Oh, fuck you.
he just opens the letter and then just says, "Fuck you." Okay.
Exactly like you.
Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. You know that. I just want to have a conversation. Come back to the creaking hall alone. It's alone is very specific, and everything will be okay, pal.
I'm going to die. That's what he just closed. I'm going to die.
So open the letter, pause. Fuck you, longer pause. I'm going to die is what we all hear.
Yep.
Okay, just getting that straight. Still,
Yes.
we can put 2 and 2
There.
together. He's
Are
got
you
her,
gonna tell
right?
us about the letter? Or?
Is he
Yeah.
holding her for ransom? Is she dead already?
He wants to talk. He says, meet him back at the place where I pretended to be him. And nothing, but I have to come alone completely.
Okay.
How
you
alone is alone?
Very completely alone. He will know if I'd come. He's very powerful.
All right.
Alone
Okay.
in the restaurant?
So
we
assume
stay
your
outside?
disguise trick won't work.
It won't. It just won't. It will not work. It will not. He knows.
How about-
He's going to know. He's
about a
going to
cat?
know.
You
Okay,
need
but I
to-
want to pitch one idea to you, Zil. Go alone, but we go earlier and pay off the bartender to cover you. Half work, she can kick some ass. We've already given her a lot of money. You'll
Can't we
be
use telepathy?
alone.
No, I have to do
Can
this
we-
alone. I
Can't
have
we
to.
use some
Yeah.
form of telepathy, and so he can like telepathically let us know help, and we can
I
just
could-
rush in.
I could connect to you and be a mile away.
Yeah, but
That's
we're
the
technically
best
not
thing.
there.
We're gonna get.
You're alone.
That is the best we're going to get because
All right.
I could send Blue with you if nothing else to distract her.
no,
He's a small creature.
Alone, jeez.
I can make him look like a spider and he can just hug you.
no, I don't- that won't work because he and I both know I was not a huge fan of the great creations of Loth. Okay, I wouldn't
Tell
have
them.
a spider, especially in a spider pet. That would be
Meager, I should say.
strange. Also, I wouldn't be allowed on a male, and it doesn't.
How close can we be with you being alone? Half a
would
mile
s-
away, quarter mile away, tenth a mile away.
I would say I wouldn't approach the street that bar is on. He has a way of having connections with lots of people and getting them very quickly.
I might have something else to help you with too. But I
Well,
need
we
to go
can
shopping
spread
real
out.
quick.
We can spread out. We don't even have to go all to the same bar. But we can all be 1 street over, 2 streets over at different establishments.
Mhm.
And I'll stay in contact.
Mhm.
You
Okay.
give me the
Okay.
signal, I give everyone else the signal.
I have an idea as well.
What's that?
Because so yes, you give a signal, but I'm also you can't take Blue. We need to go shopping. I need 2 platinum rings. And then
what?
I can create a bond between you and me so that you won't be hurt as much if someone attacks you, and I will feel it, which is gonna suck, but I will also know that way. And it'll keep you safe to
How long will it take to do that?
to buy them. We have to go shopping, and it'll last an hour.
And you wanted to get that extra spell anyway.
I mean, that sounds like a good idea too.
Do we have that time?
Yeah, it's not till tonight, right?
It says just come to the bar.
So as long as we don't have to do it right,
We could probably give an hour or two. It's not like he knows what time we have dinner unless he's been following us a very long time. Or breakfast, whatever.
Yeah.
So
So
Or
give
has
us a
been
bit to get
talking to-
prepared.
how about this? I'll stay here because then he doesn't know
Yes.
I left. And you
He'll
go
be
get those.
watching you.
You go get the rings. We'll do
Mhm.
that, and then I'll go and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Well, Walk's
Okay,
just gonna
and
look
before-
at Eldon.
Huh? What about me?
You've done this to me in the past where you have buffed me up by an injection.
Yes.
Could you do that to Syl?
Oh yeah, no, I'm planning on stabbing him right now.
Right now?
That doesn't sound as bad.
Yes, right now.
It says,
Along with you and Temerity. So I don't know, come here. And I take out 3 syringes and I stab the 3 of you, and you now have aid, which is like I already
Who's
forgot
the
how much
third
HP,
person?
but you get some HP back. Or some
Who's the third
yeah,
person?
extra HP.
How much extra XP do we get? It was Temerity and me, and
By 5 for the next 28 hours, I think. Temerity, Wilkes, and Zill
Oh.
each have 5 hit points.
What's the hit points?
Not temporary, just extra hit points.
Just in case.
Just in case. So the 3 of you.
all right. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And then otherwise, I'm gonna leave Blue with you, and otherwise I'm gonna go shopping. Actually, no, I'm gonna take Blue with me. I'm gonna leave Wish with you.
Here we go.
Yeah, Blue is coming with me. Wish is staying with Zill to just defend you. If anything
I will
happens.
stay here too.
She might not be able to do much, but she can defend you.
I'll stay here so that I can telepathically communicate with you.
Okay.
Well, you're
Yeah.
probably gonna be too far away, to be fair.
A mile.
A mile. Me, maybe, but
Just in case.
I can do 4. I can connect to 4 people, and so if we have Marble and Eldon connected, then I think that covers everybody.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay. So we're splitting the party to go shopping.
Yes. Good luck.
You're muted, Chrissy.
Sorry. All right, so now I just have to find out how much to do 2.
I need 2 platinum rings worth 50 gold each. That's what the
All right.
spell says.
All right, so you can find that. There is a jeweler in town. There's several jewelers in town, but you find yourself.
Can I go to
um,
the lady that I met last time? I forget her name.
Yes,
I have her name written down somewhere, but I've.
I don't have it in front of me, so I will
Yes,
just
I'll
have to
go to-
trust.
Mina.
All right, so she will sell you a couple of rings.
Okay, 2 platinum rings. Perfect. Add them to my sheet. And that's the only thing I need. Anybody need anything over here?
I know Zill wanted an arcane lock spell.
I don't need it now. at this
Okay.
I
point.
can
Yeah,
cast
alright.
it. I can cast
Alright,
it
I just-
later. I can make him
Okay.
a walk later. It'll be to,
Oh.
like I have to get it ready. But I can do it.
All right, so it is almost 10 o'clock. Do we want to keep going, or do we want to wait until next time to do
I actually
this?
have like more relevant information about Alton to give you.
Yeah.
And I have like half a document done. So
Okay.
I would prefer.
Yeah, this
Yeah, I think
Cliffhanger.
that's
Alright.
good.
that's fair.
Yeah, and if we have ringleader next time, we can get him up to date.
Yeah, we can bring ringleader.
before
Watch me
we
die.
run off.
You're not dying.
You're gonna die.
Alton.
We're not letting you die.
Alton.
Mm-hmm.
Alton.
Stop being mean.
All
Why are you
right.
trying to kill Zil?
Stop killing Zil.
Why are you doing it?
We're trying to make a better place for everybody.
We need money.
I'm pretty certain Ringleader has like gotten real dark, and it's like anybody who crosses us will kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
We become his family and he will protect us.
Really
but I don't think
attack.
he knows this. He's got
Really
that dark.
All right.
No, I
He
think
does.
he knows, but I don't think he knows that anybody's in danger yet, so he's not going to go try to kill anybody yet.
Okay.
All right.
So with that said, I guess join us next time and find out if Zil lives or dies. What happens with him? And goodbye from me and goodbye from the party. Say goodbye, party.
Goodbye.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
party.
Party.
Goodbye,
Awesome
party.
job. They did the bit.